matches. We've had a great few days of beach volleyball action, and it all boils down to the semi-finals and then the bronze and gold medal matches later on today. So hopefully great beach volleyball action to come. Hello everyone, welcome along to our coverage of this particular event down at Mollybook. They call it Volleyball, given the festival. They had the Australian Beach Volleyball Tournament at this venue last week. Now we've got some of the world's best up-and-comers going around. Damian Watson's my name, and joining me is Max Gura, of course, an Australian representative. Max, looking forward to today, and fair Australian representation as well.
Yeah, both men and women have two teams in these semi-finals, so got some good chances of bringing home some gold, but there's going to be some tough competition both from USA and Thailand as well, so it's going to be an awesome Super Sunday.
Be interesting having a look at the conditions as well. It was very windy and breezy last week. Today it seems a little bit more still. Let's have a look at the itinerary for today's action. We'll start off with the women's, which will be after the men's in terms of the semi-finals. Looking forward to the matchup. The All-Australian matchup, Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson taking on Stephanie Fayehesh and Jana Milutinovic, who were very good last week and have been in very good form. And then Elena Chacon, the Americans, Mariah Wayland, her partner, they take on the Japanese pairing of Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami. So really looking forward to seeing how these Americans go. A couple of them have made the transition from indoor volleyball to beach volleyball. And we take a look at the men's as well. They'll be first cab off the rank today. Isaac Carraher recovering from injuries, paired with Mark Nicolaides. They were very interesting in their gold medal match last week. They take on the Thailand pair of Banyu Nakprakong and Wachirawit Buabpa. That's first cab off the rank today. And then Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce, the Australian pairing. They had success last week in the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships. They are matched up against the American pairing of Jordan Hoppy and James Shaw. Hoppy, another one who's made the transition from indoor volleyball to beach volleyball as well. So I'm really looking forward to some of these matchups, Maxie.
Yeah, for Georgia Johnson and Jazz Fleming against Steffi and Jana, it's their sixth time in the last 12 months that they've come up against each other in both National Tour and World Tour events. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come out with, especially seeing Georgia and Jazz had a bit of a disappointing National Tour, so how are they going to respond to that? And then the same can be said for Suzuka and Rika, the Japanese team. They played National Tour last week, so they've been here for a little bit of time, and they unfortunately went down in their gold medal match on the National Tour, so they're going to want to bounce back and, you know, go one step further as well.
Yeah, Georgia and Jazz, of course, maybe a little bit surprising. They didn't make the gold medal match last week as part of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour as well, but they did win the bronze medal. Now, Mollymook, a fantastic site, obviously. Probably a couple of hours' drive south of Sydney. It's going to be a great host to today's events, and, I mean, fantastic. Clear water. It's located just over 200 kilometres south of Sydney. Population of almost 3,000 near the beach. You've got great hiking trails. The name actually derives from a small species of albatross, which was coined by some of the local sailors. You've got the lighthouse there, hiking tracks, surf life-saving clubs. The golf clubs are fantastic as well, and some snorkeling events. So there's a lot to do if you're a tourist there at Mollymook, including the beach volleyball today. And as we mentioned, the conditions, from what we've seen so far, pretty still compared to last week, where it was a bit blustery and a bit difficult for some of the players to contend with, Max. And we know how critical that's going to be throughout the day too.
Yeah, at the moment it's looking like a very still day, and so it's really going to come down to, you know, how well these players and these teams are going to put their best foot forward out for the longest amount of time.
Yeah, we'll catch up with Greg Jury in just a moment to get an update on the conditions, but we did mention last week, I know you and Sam Hargraves were discussing this, the amount of sand even makes a difference. I mean, compared to Cobram, where they were a couple of weeks ago, some of these players, it's a lot thicker in this particular part of the world. Yeah,
you always get difference when you come down to natural, I guess, courts. You know, if it's via, you know, Cobram and you've got a beach on the river, or you've got the, you know, more of your standard general beach alongside the ocean. But yeah, it's something that players have to get used to. You know, you usually go there a week before or something just to try to get used to these different sand conditions that you have.
Speaking of the conditions, let's head down to the sand. Here's Greg Jury for the first time today.
Yeah, I got with Tirachit, the defender from Thailand. How are you, mate? And you must be feeling great.
Feeling exciting for this competition, for this parade. Yeah.
Well, it's beautiful conditions for it, my friend. Good luck out there today and have some fun.
Okay. Thank you.
Wachirawit Muabpa there, who's come through the under-19 system, represented Thailand at under-19 level. Still a young player, Max, who's making his way, as we saw on the graphic there, 21 years of age, and he's still got plenty of scope for improvement.
Yeah, it's one thing knowing playing against plenty of junior events against Thai teams. They're always going to be super skillful, and they'll be very hard to get through on defence.
All right, let's head down to Greg Jury again. He's got Mark Nicolaides with him.
Mark, beautiful conditions for it this morning, mate. You must be excited.
Very excited. Mollymook's turned it on this morning. The sun's shining, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, you've played these guys a couple of times in your time, or this is your first time as a pairing you played against them?
First time as a pairing. We've played the blocker a couple of events through Asia, but yeah, first time as a pairing, so it's going to be an exciting, fun game.
Good luck out there today, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Great stuff there from Greg Jury. It's an interesting and salient point that Mark Nicolaides has made there, Max. The first time they've come up against this pairing, regardless of where a pairing is ranked, it's always difficult, I reckon, at times, at least at the early stages, to decipher the chemistry of the opposition.
Yeah, this is only the third tournament that this Thai team have actually played together, and as Mark said, you know, they've played Banyu a fair few times. Like he's been on the national tour, on the world tour and on the AVC tour a fair bit. So, you know, they'll know his tendencies, but it's that difference between, you know, is he going to go for some of these two-ball attacks with his new partner, or how's he going to set his new partner? That will always throw new challenges into it.
I suppose it's different for various pairings, but how long typically would it take, as we see the Thai pair line up, how long would it take to really adapt to each other's styles, do you think?
It's difficult to say because
different for
and usually you actually have a honeymoon period where you can get chucked in, and it can be your first tournament playing with each other. In general, first time playing with each other for a while, and because you both go into it with such low expectations, you come out and blow it away. And then you actually come down off of that high because now you've got those expectations, and it can take a few events to get through. But usually you'd say probably 4 tournaments, I reckon, and then you kind of really start finding your groove.
Having a look there at the Australian pairing of Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides, you may notice that there's a bit of strapping on the left knee of Isaac Carraher as well. We'll discuss that in depth because there were a couple of medical timeouts last week at the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships, of which these two were a part of. But the Aussie pairing in the foreground as we get set to get underway. There's that strapping we speak of. Hopefully that's not too much of an impediment for Isaac Carraher today, as the first semi-final for the men's gets underway. Lovely conditions at Mollybook. Nicolaides with a strong serve early. A nice block from Carraher. That'll do his confidence a world of good. First blood to the Aussies.
Yeah, not surprising there to see Mark and Isaac go after Banyu to start off with. You know, they've played against each other. They know his tendencies, and he does like to hit, you know, hard line and cross. So a great start by Isaac Carraher.
Banyu, the taller of the pair for the Thailand side. And a deft little touch there as well, just to equalise things. Banyu very good with that lurching method that he has at the net.
Yeah, great response there after getting blocked down that line, just to go back there again, this time with that line shot.
And that serve falling short from Wachirawit, so 2-1 in favour of the Aussies. At least it's a little bit more easier to negotiate with the wind. It was a real struggle for a lot of the players, particularly on serve last week, Max. It's a bit more still today.
Yeah, you always have, it's a double-edged sword. Having, you know, wind like it was last week, it can be such an advantage when you're serving into it. It can really help you out and save you on some serves, and then other hits, if you just miss that contact, just that small amount, you end up missing by metres.
The Aussies up 3-1, that one wide of the sideline. And that just caught the sideline there. Bit of a float serve from Isaac Carraher, and it proves to be beneficial.
Yeah, you can see just how much that was moving around and just floating onto the sideline.
Adopted the float serve again. Nicolaides, good dig once more. Will be set up here by Carraher, and straight down the middle. Oh, this Aussie pairing is full of confidence. They've had their serial this morning. They lead 5-1.
Yeah, he couldn't ask for much better of a start so far, leading 5-1 early morning semi-final.
Carraher very confident with his serve early. Tries the block there, not successful, but doesn't look like that his left knee is causing him too much grief, which is a good sign as they change ends.
No, for those who were watching last weekend, it didn't look great. You know, we showed the slow-mos a few times of it, but was talking to Isaac earlier, and you know, it was good news. You know, just hyperextension, a bit of bone bruising, which in comparison to at the time they were potentially worried that was going to be something to do with the MCL. It's a lot better of a outcome than it could have been.
Carragher, how about that with a spike with great authority, and the Aussies lead 6-2. Let's go down to Greg Jury for a conditions update.
Well, it doesn't get any better than this. It's just perfect condition, glassy conditions out in the ocean as well, and the boys are putting on an absolute display this morning. At the start, the Aussie guys have got full control. But a great cut shot there from Ben Liu. They're working the taller players at the moment, which is really interesting. Wachirawit, yesterday, watching some of his craft, he was unbelievable. So I can understand why they're matching up really well against the taller type player in Ben Liu.
Thank you, Greg. Does look perfect, doesn't it? 26 degrees, the expected top. Nicolaides, deft little touch. A high-line shot works well, and they extend the advantage 7-3.
Yeah, from playing with Mark a little bit as well, it was always a little bit worrying when you see him just hang up there and really wait for that shot, but he's so good at just sees where that defender is and goes away as Isaac gets another beautiful float serve ace there on Banyu.
He's executed that float serve very well today. Is a little bit easier, I would imagine, when the conditions are a bit more still to execute that. Doesn't get caught up in the breeze. Banyu with authority, and Nicolaides did have the dig response. It might have just fallen outside the sideline, so 8-4 the scoreline at the moment. This pair, Carragher and Nicolaides, they lost last weekend to Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce in the gold medal match for the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships, and I get the sense atonement will be on their minds today, Max. Sure, it sticks in the crawl.
Yeah, first things first, they need to get through this game, but they're starting off very well here.
Dig from Carragher, Nicolaides with a deft touch, and I think it took a deflection. So 9-4 in favour of the Aussies.
Great joust there by Nicolaides there. Simultaneous contact.
He'll execute the serve here, Mark Nicolaides. Of course, 23-year-old from Barton in Queensland. He's come through the under-19 system as well. That one down the line. There's the joust from Banyu, and he executed it well this time. And that will increase the confidence for this Thailand pair who've been through the wars early. As they change heads again, it's 9-5 in favour of the Aussie pairing of Carragher and Nicolaides.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see so far with Banyu getting blocked very first point on that hard hit down the line, and since then he's gone everything off speed. So really making Mark Nicolaides have to be the one who's going to get that play.
That one came off the net from Wachirawit. Aussies are responding well. Carragher trying to spike it over the top. Wachirawit tried to go with a cut shot, a bit too much leverage on it, and it's gone out. So the Aussies establish a 10-5 lead. It's first set going quickly. So obviously these two leave for Brazil. It's a big year ahead of them as they try and attain Olympic qualification, Carragher and Nicolaides. And just outside the sideline there, but it took a deflection, so 10-6 in favour of Carragher and Nicolaides. Talk to us about that lead-up, Max, because you have to do a lot of travelling, and they've got the Continental Cup as well, this Aussie pairing in June, which is the Olympic qualifier for the Asia zone.
Yeah, so these boys, will leave very soon to go to Brazil. They'll be there for a couple of weeks, which then they'll move on to the ABC event in the Philippines, on through to Thailand for a couple of weeks, and they'll finish up with the Chinese challenger in Xiamen. So they'll be away for quite a while, away from family, friends, be away, tough on the road, but it's what we love as players, is to go away, and every other week you're in a new location. We get to go to places that aren't usually on that beaten track of tourist destinations. So it's something that's always fun, and you miss out. And something that I miss, not playing now, is being able to go to these seemingly random locations.
Banyu had a good block at the previous point, but unfortunately followed up with a serve that went straight into the net. They have pegged back the deficit here, this Thailand pair. Banyu, deft little touch, was very clever. He feigned the big spike and instead just pulled up. And as a result, managed to work it over the net well. So all of a sudden back to 11-9.
He's really trying to work over that blocker zone and keep Isaac Carraher out of it. But Isaac's making some great moves after landing, but he's just not able to reach them.
The ladies trying for the spike. That one's gone into the net from Wichirawit. So 12-9 in favour of this Aussie pairing.
Score's wrong. Score's wrong.
So we're continuing to progress through the first set as they have their first time out. Carraher and Nicolaides obviously with a very good start. But the Thailand pair in Wichirawit and Banyu just starting to settle a little bit, I get the sense. Maybe nerves were on the agenda early on. They've had to really work hard to get to this point in the tournament as well. They've had a lot of tight matches in the lead up to this semi-final match. So they're used to the tight conditions and probably the pressure to a degree.
Yeah, the very first game of the tournament going down in 3 to Ben Hood and D'Artagnan Potts, and then since then they have won out. But as you've said, 3 of those games have all been in 3-setters, so they've had to go the long way through a lot of these games, and so they've got a bit of game experience under them now at this beach here in Mollymook in comparison to Mark and Isaac, who have gone through and won out completely, so playing 1 less game so far.
Isaac with the serve here. Well, he tried the float serve, it didn't quite come off, and Banyu responds right into the corner. Good placement again, and that's such an underrated asset of his game.
Yeah, great move to get onto that short serve, and you could see Isaac just taking a bit more of the middle of the court this time, and great swing by Banyu just down the line.
Carraher with the set for Nicolaides here, and the big spike sending a message. That reaffirms a bit of authority for these Aussies, 13-10.
Yeah, for a blocker like Banyu and a lot of blockers that you see on the Asian tour, they really like to have a long load up on their block. So for a team like Mark and Isaac to be able to run those faster plays is really hard for the blockers to get into position.
Isaac Carraher, well, he is absolutely everywhere. He was at the net once again, had the presence of mind to knock it over the net because he knew that Nicolaides wasn't quite ready for the spike. And that was the point in which they managed to negotiate it well, straight down the middle. Nicolaides set up for the big spike. That's one of his main assets, and he executes it well there. So all of a sudden, this Aussie pairing re-establishing the authority that we saw earlier in the set. They've opened up a bit of a gap, 15-10.
Yeah, forcing the Thai team into taking that timeout very quickly after their technical timeout there. Great response by the Aussies after potentially just losing a bit of the momentum that they'd built up in the first 2 ends. Just bring it back there by some great defensive efforts by both Isaac and Mark.
And of course, Isaac and Mark, they tasted success in the Copra Baruga Classic. As we mentioned, they lost last weekend to Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce, the gold medal match of the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships. That was despite 2 medical timeouts in that match, which you don't see very often, do you, in beach volleyball?
No, it's getting rarer and rarer to see even 1 medical timeout in a tournament, to have 1 in the first and then another coming along in the end of the second as well from the other team. Medical timeout by 1 by each team, very rare to see.
Of course, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce to play in the second of the semi-finals today against Jordan Hoppy and James Shaw of the USA. We're set in motion once again. Nicolaides, great reading of the play. Cut shot was good as well. He just had the ability to read it off the hand there. Banyu and Wichirawit were looming, 16-10 now.
Yeah, it's a great move by Mark Nicolaides there, and you can see with that quick set as well, even though that set was just a little bit too wide usually, because it was so quick, Banyu wasn't able to get set and take out a spot on that block.
Oh, speaking of a block, that was a well-executed block, well personified there from Carahern at 17-10. If we head down to Greg Jury on the sand, Greg, this Aussie pairing getting their mojo back after the Thailand pair started to make a challenge.
Yeah, it was a good little comeback from the Thai team, but once again, the consistency of the Aussie pair absolutely coming through now. And Isaac's timing on his block has just been on all day yesterday, and he started exceptionally well this morning as well.
He's certainly been great in that aspect, and Nicolaides with a couple of spikes as well. Just served him well so far. So approaching the climax of this first set, of course, for those who are tuning in for the very first time. First two sets, it's a first to 21, obviously a 2-point gap required. And then if a deciding set is required, it's first to 15. Nicolaides again, just finding the inside of the perimeter with that spike. And it's now 18-11. You can just sense he's exuding confidence at the moment.
Yeah, Mark is just so good with that quick arm swing, like just can really snap it through quick. And if you're the opposing team on block or on defense, you're not quite ready for it, it can really kill you. So that's going to be something that Thailand's going to have to rectify, is just set up a little bit earlier and make sure, especially as Banyu, that he's getting up nice and early, maybe not having to load up as much, but just get his hands and take away part of that court.
Chiruit with the serve. Follow-up as well with the spike. Well defended there by Carahern. Have another opportunity here. Straight into the net, though. It was an open run. It just couldn't quite execute.
Yeah, you can see Nicolaides not quite happy with himself there. Knew that he left that set pretty short there for his partner, Isaac Carahern. But at the same time, as Isaac wouldn't be too happy with himself putting that one into the net. Sometimes when that ball drops so short in front of you, you just need to go with it rather than trying to turn it back on that line.
Oh, it's tailor-made, but Nicolaides off the net and outside the sideline. Well, he was looming up ominously, just couldn't quite initiate a shot, a spike inside the required area in the sand. Chiruit, young up-and-comer. Nicolaides this time, going for the spike, took a deflection, just couldn't quite get up enough for Banyu to work it over the net as Chiruit dived desperately. Of course, Chiruit, a 21-year-old from Superburi, was part of the runner-up pairing in the 2021 Under-19 World Championships a couple of years ago. They fell to France at the final hurdle that particular year. That was an interesting approach there from Nicolaides with the serve. He was well behind the baseline, and they're only 1 point away from rounding out this first set.
Yeah, it was a great play of depth as well with Banyu, just dropping one just a little bit shorter in.
Banyu, did it take a deflection? It did, 20-15. So only 1 point away here from rounding out this first set, this Aussie pairing. Banyu going straight down the middle. Fortunately for him, it took a deflection because that was going out. Just a bit too much leverage on the shot. Oh, good jousting from Isaac Carahern. That rounds out the first set, and a good way to finish as well. 21-15. And this Aussie pairing looking increasingly more confident. And Isaac Carahern, despite a bit of strapping on his knee, he's looking more confident. It's not deterring him at all.
Yeah, you can see a little cheeky smile by Nicolaides after that point there. He knew that Isaac would have loved that one, but he's just not quite wanting to show it there. And as Greg Jury was saying, that the consistency with these Aussie boys is going to be the big thing that's, you know, looking like it's going to get them through. And talking with Josh Slack, who's helping out coach them for this weekend as well, that's something that he talked about that these guys are really trying to implement, is just that consistency throughout a game, making sure that they can have a whole game result and make sure they're not just dropping in and out as much as they have been in previous tournaments.
Let's have a look at the first set highlights here. Probably the two main elements, the spikes from Nicolaides and Carahern at the net. Very, very efficient. And despite a bit of a challenge from the Thai pairing, probably mid-set, the Aussies were in control, weren't they?
Yeah, it was a great answer by Banyu after, dropping in those first couple ends, just losing a few points and really putting themselves under pressure, steadied the ship and was able to really work around Mark and Isaac really well. But then that really just started to bring Mark into the game there, and a great swing down the line there. Was given metres of space by Banyu and took it nicely.
Yeah, Nicolaides, that high line shot. Good start to the second set for this Aussie pairing. Likes to serve deep, as we know. And again, the serve proving very efficient. Maybe just playing around in the breeze a little bit, which has picked up slightly in the last couple of moments. Ever so slightly, but it's subtle enough.
Yeah, something he's getting from serving a bit further back as well is it opens you up to be able to hit it and give it a little bit more speed, and it's going to be moving around for longer as well. So you could see with the serve before that error, the ball was moving around so much, and that can really play on that passer's mind. As Banyu responds with a great ace through the hubby-wife zone, through the middle.
Was there just an element of indecisiveness there, or was there a bit of deception in terms of the float?
Oh, it's just a bit of both. You could see how much that swung across, but it's always just a bit of indecisiveness. Is it my ball? Is it yours? Who's going to take that one?
That's the advantage of going straight down the middle, and all of a sudden this tie pairing in front in the second set. Banyu and Wachira went 3-2. Really improved their service game as the tournament has progressed. Set it up well for Nicolaides there. Good recovery from Wachirawit down the middle. Chance again, and that's gone straight into the bush there of Karaher. Wachirawit just putting the hand up to apologise. But a bit of aggression here for this tie pair, which is what you want, and they lead 4-2 in the second set.
Yeah, I'd have to say that Isaac was asking for that one a little bit there. The first one was just good defense there, but this set is right on the money. So he kind of just, he was asking for that hit there a little.
It's just recovering his bearings, I think. The old Falcon. I think compared to the issue with his leg last week, that'll be nothing in comparison. He's got a smile on his face, a bit of a wry smile.
Yeah,
Taking the glasses off as well.
It was the quick look back as well to Wachirawit as well, just to let him know. It didn't hurt me too much.
At least the sunglasses are intact, unless he's had a replacement. You've had damaged your sunglasses out there on the sand?
Yeah, having that hit to the face usually, can pop an arm off, or at least just the nose grip can pop off, and potentially that's what Mark was just helping out with there and wiping off a bit of sand, but a great response there, finding that sideline.
Yeah, Nicolaides, his placement has been quite superb today when he's had a free open shot. So 4-3 now in this second set. So as you said, it's all about consistency with this Aussie pairing. We saw it in Cobram. I know last week it was a very tight contest when they were taking on Burnett and Pearce, but it's about consistency right the way through, not dropping your guard in terms of momentum.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they're going to be really having to focus on in this Continental Cup process, and especially in the tournament itself. When it's such high pressure stakes, you can't afford to let a team get on that little bit of a run. Potentially at a event like this at a Futures, you might be able to get away with it a few times, but once you start stepping up into those challenge and Elite 16 events and Continental Cup, you can't afford to let teams get on a run, because the higher up you go, the less likely they're going to have a run like that themselves and let you back into it.
Being positive with their intent here, this tie pair. Wachirawit getting in on the yak, 6-3. All of a sudden, the Aussies got to rein this in a little bit, and as a result, they've called a timeout just to regroup. Do they change anything tactically here, or is it just a case of the momentum swinging, the pendulum swinging the other way?
Well, the Thai team have changed it up a little bit before. It was all on Banyu. He was just attacking everything, when now Wachirawit is started to chuck in some two balls, and they're really starting to mix up their offense a lot more. And so it's going to be up to the Aussie boys to, they were able to provide an answer and stop the first game style from the Thais, and now they're going to have to adjust that and come back. You know, they're trailing 3-6 now, so now they got to adjust to this new game style that the Tigers are putting in front of them.
Carragher and Nicolaides as they come back out onto the sand. They defeated fellow Aussie pair Tim Gregory and Patrick Tang in straight sets in their first match pretty comfortably. Then defeated the German pair of Korfer and Schwarman in straights, and then counted for the Israel pair of Tomer Hayter and David Lanciano in the quarterfinal. Comfortable straight sets victory in that one. Oh, the deft little touch there to set up Nicolaides was well done from Carragher because he feigned the spike and then opted to force it to the side, set up Nicolaides for his spike.
Yeah, I reckon he's just really trying to work on that jump setting at the moment. We've seen him, you know, just push a little bit of the jump setting at the moment into this. So I think he's just, you know, using this game to practice a little bit, because 9 times out of 10, I'm sure Isaac would usually go for that hit, but it was a great set out to Mark Nicolaides.
We tried the float serve there, and it's just fallen beyond the sideline. Let's bring in Greg Jury. Greg, what's changed, do you think, in terms of this Thai pair? They've come out with a lot more intent in this second set.
Yeah, a couple of really good defensive plays have put a bit more pressure on the Aussie team here, and that's been a really nice change up for the Thai team. And one thing we do notice about their results, the Thai team in particular, is they've had a couple of really good 3-set wins. So if this does go to 3, this could be very interesting.
Quite right, because we did make that mention, obviously, a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. But they've come the long way home to get to this point in the semi-finals. Nice spike from Wachirawit. Just took a bit of pace off the shot to a degree. Nice cut shot, and it's a 9-5 scoreline in the second set.
Yeah, one little tendency I'm starting to see here is Wachirawit. He's going in pretty early to attack, and on those balls where he's jumping up and actually jumping backwards a little bit, he wants to keep going back to that cut shot. So that's something that Nicolaides is going to have to pick up on and, you know, adjust his game style to see. As soon as he is running in early, just hold and be ready for that cut shot.
Nicolaides just reinvigorating the Aussie pair with a nice spike. It deflected off the net. So it's 9-6. But yeah, Greg Jury did make a salient point. This Thai pair know about tight finishes. So if it does go to a deciding set, they'd be well conditioned. Whereas this Aussie pairing, they've had a number of straight sets victories in their campaign so far.
Yes, this is lining up like it's going to be one of their, you know, tighter, you know, games so far. You know, having to work for it a little bit more. You know, they've only had one set that has gone to 21-19, sorry, against Kaufer and Schwarman, you know, which they ended up winning in that second set there. Everything else has been rather comfortable for them.
Nice lunge there from Carragher. Nicolaides tried likewise, but it's really much off balance, almost tripped the sideline there. They have great athletic capacity. Wasn't enough to win the point though, 10-7. See some of those desperate lunges. I think for a lot of people that are watching, Max, it's a lot harder than it looks moving across the sand at such pace as Nicolaides spikes that one to perfection in terms of the placement. Caught the sideline, and it's back to 10-8.
Yeah, you can see the lines judge there just chucking the flag up, calling out, but a great call by that top ref, overruling and saying, no, I saw that one, tag that line, and, you know, go in the way of the Aussies there.
Poor serve from Carragher there, just maybe holding up in the breeze, which, as we said, has probably picked up in the last 45 minutes. Might throw to Greg just for a conditions update in a moment to see if it has actually picked up. Good response. It was a pretty easy response there from Banyu, just working down the line. Knew there was a vacant area right behind the net and took advantage, just palming it down.
Yeah, the Thai team have done a great job of just looking like they're unsettling the Aussies here, especially off that pass as well. That's a couple in a row where they're not quite looking comfortable and just getting lucky there on that one with You know, Isaac finding the tape there and just making it over. A complete flip of the technical timeout score from the first set as well. Now 12-9 towards Banyu and Wachirawit this time.
That one deflecting off the net, off the hand as well. It's bringing Greg Jury. Greg, has the breeze picked up a little bit there at Mollymook?
Yeah, it absolutely has. About 5 knots on shore at the moment. It's a beautiful sea breeze, to be honest with you. Nice and calm still in that variable wind. So, look, I'd say not having a massive effect quite yet, but it's definitely coming.
It's certainly evident by the flags, obviously. And Greg, while you're there, in terms of the way this second set is playing out, do you anticipate Carragher and Nicolaides making a bit of a comeback here? They seem to have nabbed back the deficit just a fraction, but the tie pair in control just dictating terms of this set alone.
Yeah, well, Cherwood's defence in the start of this second set's been outstanding. He's made a couple of really big plays, and I think you just got to start to see Mark to also come into that part of his game next, and I think if they can do that, we should see a really close second set here.
Mark Nicolaides with the serve here as we resume hostilities. Good response from Wachirawit. Crept up on him a bit. Nicolaides straight through with the spike. The follow through was superb. And Wachirawit was on a hiding to nothing.
The stare through the net as well after the attack. Mark liked that one.
I think there was an element of apology there as well for a brief moment.
Feel like it was a pretty empty little apology there.
Well, he tried to go down the middle there with Chirawit, but in the end, just a tad long, and it's back all of a sudden to 12-11. Nicolaides again with the deep serve. Oh, Carragher tried the block, deflected in the end with Chirawit, winning that point with a good follow through once again at the net. Good jousting.
Yeah, just a hit just on that cross-court side of the middle for Wachirawit. Meanwhile, the Aussies were both going double-up defence kind of down that line.
Nicolaides with a run-up. Well dug out there by Wachirawit, who follows up with the spike. And does it magnificently in the end. 14-11, they re-establish their little buffer.
Yeah, Wachirawit is really finding his rhythm here now. Finding a lot of clean sand hits.
Little dig there from Banyu. Can he respond? Wachirawit. Only a fraction long. So 14-12. He's very energetic, as you would expect from a young player, isn't he, on the sand? He moves very well, dives very well. That one maybe a little bit too much exuberance on the shot.
Yeah, it's one thing that I think Wachirawit's going to have to work on, is making sure that he's getting his feet to the ball, not overrunning it. We're finding a lot of the times he's getting to that ball and he's actually falling backwards after he's hit that ball, so he's losing a lot of that momentum that he's building up in his approach, unlike Mark Nicolaides on that swing, who just puts all of that through to that cross-court hit.
That's great technique, doesn't he, Mark Nicolaides, with some of those spikes, the cross-court hit, as you mentioned, just follows through. Probably a bit of credit goes to Isaac Carragher for the set, just enabling him to execute the run-up very well.
Yeah, especially when you're going for a little bit of a more tempo offense as well. As soon as that set is just a little bit off, it can be really hard to adjust that lineup. But a great block there by Isaac as well, tying things up at 14 all.
It was a perfect block, wasn't it? That's one of his main assets, Isaac Carragher. And all of a sudden, as you mentioned, we're tied up after this Thailand pair established a lead of about 4 points earlier in the set. That one, good cross-court little palm. Taking a bit of pace off the ball, and Carragher wasn't going to catch that one. So they regain the lead. Banyu and Wachirawit 15-14. That one just deflecting off the net there. 16-14, maybe a touch fortuitous.
There's been probably just a few too many service errors that we've seen. Oh, sorry, that was an ace off the top of the net.
Yeah, just a bit fortunate there for the Thailand pair, and on that occasion there was a deflection The Aussies bring one back and peg one back, 16-15. Nicolaides, speak about Wachirowitz's energy on the sand. Nicolaides probably matches that to a degree, doesn't he? Particularly when the eyes light up and he has an opportunity like that with a run-up, but there was a touch of the net on that occasion. Oh, the double-handed palm down from Carragher. It was interesting jousting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good joust there at the net by Carragher. It's hard as the blocker to actually win those, but in this occasion gets it, but unfortunately right back to the Thai team, and then Wachirowic just tools it nicely off his hands.
There's a set-up again. Nicolaides. Well, he tried to catch the deflection and he was successful, so it's back to 17-16. Just that sheer power in the follow-through.
Yeah, great swing by Nicolaides off the top of the block, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Carragher next time actually potentially go for this second ball hit, because we're starting to see Banyu starting to release off of Isaac when he's going for these jump sets.
Well, there we go. Back tied at 17-all. Wachirowic couldn't quite find it over the net. You can see and hear a desperate cry of emotion. They brought it back to 17 apiece. Isaac Carragher taking a few deep breaths in anticipation here. He's moving pretty freely across the sand at the moment, despite a medical timeout last week. That one came off the head again. Nicolaides was almost in the hot dog stand. Carragher trying to respond, just worked it over the net. Good blocking. There was a touch of the net. And the Aussies gained the lead in the second set. It's been a rarity in the last 10 minutes, but they've got the lead. And there was a good hustle, particularly from Nicolaides, to go outside the perimeter and retrieve that and set it up for Carragher.
Yeah, forcing the timeout from the Thai team there, but as you said, that big hit off the top of Isaac Carragher's head. Nicolaides having to go out of frame to retrieve that ball, and Isaac puts the ball back in, and then with great strength throws that joust back down, and putting him and having so much strength behind that really forced Banyu to put all he had into it, and all that ended up drawing out was the net touch, just having too much energy going through with the momentum and just end up collecting the net as well.
Head down to Greg Jury, 18-17 in this second set. Greg, just from the vibe you're getting on the sand, is the confidence picking up with this Aussie pair, just with their mannerisms and their body language? It seems to be from here.
Yes, they've got to the business section of this set, and you could tell that that maturity and that experience is coming through, and a couple of great digs, and then that really strong jousting form from Isaac was just terrific. And look, you know, I still don't want to call out that the Tyler team can't come back in this game. This is going to be a really important point.
Trying to adopt the float serve there. Carragher will be up for the block. And that one came off the net and outside the sideline. So 19-17. And maybe a straight sets victory is beckoning.
Yeah, Wachirowic had the right idea there, wanted to go down that line. Unfortunately, just collecting the net as he went through.
Jousting again from Carragher. Just that extra little bit of meterage, centimetre perfect. Working it over the net and just dropping it. Wachirowic and Banyu couldn't quite catch it, and we're up to match points. Recovery there from Nicolaides. Can he finish it off here? Well done from Banyu, responding at the net. Keeping this tie pair alive, 20-18.
Great job by Banyu. Just all he needed to do on that play was just get his hands up and just take away some part of the court there after the great dig by Nicolaides and call of shoot on that set, just to take out one part of the court.
Carragher, as simple as that, works it over the net and works this Aussie pairing through to the gold medal match. They claim victory in straight sets, 21-18, coming from behind in the second set on the sands of Mollybook. And the good form of Isaac Carragher and Mark Nicolaides from Cobram continues here at Mollybook in a different tournament altogether. But they did come back well in the second set after facing a few little travails. And Isaac Carragher coming back from injury with great freedom. He was a key asset to this victory. And they'll take a lot of confidence out of that win against a Thai pair, which obviously are on the rise in terms of their development, but experience proving very much a factor.
Yeah, very early into this Thai team's partnership, so I think we're going to see a few more semi-finals and medal matches from these guys at the World Tour level, but great game by the Aussies, and they're looking to get another gold at a Futures after their Coolangatta victory in 2022.
All right, let's head down to Greg Jury. He's with the winning pair, Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides.
Boys, congratulations. What a fantastic result for you guys through to a gold medal game once again. Now, they came at you that second set. You must have felt that pressure at the start, but you held strong.
Yeah, absolutely. We knew they were going to put up a battle. The start of that second set, they really got away from us, so we knew we had to grind it out. We didn't play our best ball, but sometimes that's how it's got to be, and I'm really happy with the way that we fought back in the end.
That consistency, Mark, and defence, and the pressure that you put on that defensive structure, those critical digs you get, you must enjoy it when you can put them away being a little guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what we all enjoy, and having a setter like Isaac next to me, it makes my job quite easy. So yeah, it was a really fun game.
Awesome. Now, with prediction for the next game, boys, anything you want to give the guys an insight on who you think you'll be up against?
Oh, absolutely no idea. We'll hope for an all-Aussie final, but we'll see what happens.
All right, boys, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Great stuff, Greg. It'll be interesting if it is an all-Aussie final, of course. Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce to take on Jordan Hoppy and James Shaw in the next men's semi-final. As we take a look at the highlights here, that second set, the Thai pair showing a bit of muster, but experience prevailing as this Aussie pairing of Nicolaides and Carraher through to the gold medal match.
Yeah, always a tough thing to do as the team, losing that first set and then having to respond. It was a great job by that Thai team, just changing up a few things with their offensive structure. But in the end, it was just the consistency, especially on defense, of the Aussies, who just constantly putting just that little bit of pressure on and just forcing those errors out of Wichiruit, especially coming down to the end. Just, he wasn't able to find that, cut shot like he was early on in that second set. So it was a great job by Mark and Isaac to keep that pressure on and know that they were eventually going to get the fruits from their labour.
Nicolaides, he didn't quite execute the spike on that occasion, but I thought that was one of his great assets throughout the match. When he got that follow-through in, he was very much a force to be reckoned with, and that proved to be an integral part of the victory. So a straight sets win for Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Carraher. And Max, they'll take a lot of confidence out of that victory. Be intriguing to see if the Aussie pairing of Burnett and Pearce advance through, because obviously those two sides or two pairings met last week at the Australian Beach Volleyball Championship, and that was a classic match in itself. Obviously very tight, couple of medical timeouts as well. So there'll be that element of atonement that they want, but also knowing some of the lessons that they would have learnt from last week too.
Yeah, of course. And all four of these guys are all in the Adelaide daily training environment. They're all in the national program together. So they know each other very well. And so they know each other's tendencies. They know what, how they want to play each other. So it'll be always a great game. That'll be very tough to pick who's actually going to win that if they match up. But Paul and Jack have got this US team of Hoppy and Shaw that they have to get through first. And they've been looking very strong so far.
Just before we get to the men's bracket, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the way Nicolaides and Carraher have matched up, because they tasted their first success, major success, I guess, as a pairing on the Gold Coast almost a year ago now, in April last year, when they defeated the Canadian pairing of Jake McNeil and Alex Russell in the final. And they really have developed, I think, that chemistry over time, haven't they?
Yeah, it was early on. They had a great national tour that year. They were winning pretty much everything and were really putting it to a lot of these other Aussie teams. And then it came to the Coolangatta Futures, and yeah, they really strung it together and put their best foot forward to be selected for the World Champs in 2022, which they got picked for, and then really took the world by storm a bit. They were all through FIB social media, because they ended up getting a top 10 result at that World Champs. Yeah. So it was a massive thing for them. It was their first season on the World Tour, and going from, winning Futures gold medal into a top 10 at a World Champs in the same year within probably only about 5 months was a massive thing for them, and huge for them to really start their career off together. And they're looking really to string things together and hopefully try and win that Continental Cup and go to these Olympics.
Yeah, of course, Brazil, the next stop for them, and then the Continental Cup, as you mentioned, which is a key factor in Olympic qualification for that pairing. Let's take a look at the men's bracket for this volleyball tour today. And obviously, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour sees the gold medal match where Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides will take on the winner of the pairing. Obviously, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce v. Jordan Hoppy and James Shaw. Obviously, Burnett and Pearce would take a lot of confidence out of their result last week where they claimed the gold medal in the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships. Interested to see how Hoppy and Shaw go. Obviously, they've gone through the system where they had a straight sets victory over Tizzo and Reeves in the quarterfinals. They've had a pretty decent campaign in this tournament. Of course, Hoppy is someone who's really developed his skills. Like a lot of Americans, comes from an indoor volleyball background and has made his way to the sand and enjoying it too.
Yeah, especially on that men's side in America, beach volleyball isn't a NCAA sport for the guys. So, you always have, or predominantly you have those American players will come through indoor first before making that transition over to beach volleyball. And so a lot of USA men's teams, are making their kind of debuts a lot later on than potentially the, women's side or other international players are as well. So it's always a tough one when you have, someone, come out like James Shaw. This is his first season really on tour, but he's 29 years old.
Yeah.
So it's something that's really tough to kind of, come up against. You've got someone who's a rookie on the tour, but they're 29 years old and, they're, older than both Paul and Jack on the other side of the court.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And, there's obviously the physical impediments as well. We can see them warming up as we get set for this second of the semi-finals of the men's competition for the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. The futures in action at Mollymook Beach, where the breeze has picked up slightly over the last hour or so. It looked pretty still earlier this morning, so I wonder if that will become a factor as the day progresses on this Sunday, where it's the morning local time, approaching 9 a.m. local time as well. Hopefully the crowd can increase as well. It's a lovely spot. You've played at Mollybook before, Max, and it's a lovely part of the world on the southern coast of New South Wales. And given they've had a bit of a volleyball festival over the last couple of weeks, this is a nice little crescendo, isn't it, for the locals?
Yeah, it is great. And just off to the left of screen as well is actually, just a nice grass hill as well. So it's a nice little amphitheatre that you almost get there where, you got your tiered seating basically as you get to look over this centre court here. So it's a beautiful spot where you can, sit down, relax, and pretty well wherever you're sitting along that hill, you're going to have a great view of the court.
Yeah, just a reminder, we're at Mollymook Beach, located just over 200 kilometres south of Sydney. Lovely part of the world on the southern New South Wales coast. There's the Milton Hotel. Probably somewhere we go after this, I reckon. A lot of vineyards, obviously a lot of wine country areas in Australia in general, let alone this part of the world. Good coffee stops, lovely farms as well. There's a large giant rock pool apparently around here known as the Bogey Hole, which is interesting. It's protected from the sea. It's not golf induced, that name, but just the fact that it's protected from the sea, but it's very, very nice. And speaking of the sea, the waves coming in, a few of the locals getting their Sunday morning dip as well. They can enjoy some beach volleyball action on the way through. So it's well worth a visit, Mollybook, if you plan to go to the southern New South Wales region, particularly on the coastline. Saw that American flag waving in the background. Not the only representation of the semi-finals. Jordan Hoppy and James Shaw, the women's a little bit later on. Really looking forward to seeing Elena Chacon and Mariah Whalen strut their stuff. Chacon, another with an indoor volleyball background as well. And they'll be taking on Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami, the Japanese pair. I think we're here last week as part of the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships as well. So just previewing this game, Max, and what we can expect from Burnett and Pearce. They would take a lot of confidence. I mean, I know it's probably a different kettle of fish this tour, but they could potentially be coming up against the same opponents as last week. And the fact that they did defeat Carraher and Nicolaides last week in tight, pressurised circumstances, extenuating circumstances out of the ordinary where we had 2 medical timeouts, just the confidence that they would take from that victory, I'm sure, would be very much integral to their campaign.
yeah, they would really be taking a lot of, learnings from that. They had a great tournament that way, and they unfortunately dropped that second set, and Mark and Isaac did a great job coming back at them, but they were able to flip it around and win. But the interesting thing to look in so far in this tournament is they actually played Hoppy and Shaw to top their pool and went down 21-19. 25-23, so they've already come up against this USA team and went down, so they're going to be looking back to bounce back against these guys. And they had a great game against Jake McNeil and Alexander Russell in their quarterfinal, 21-10, 21-10, so they really came out strong and really didn't give the Canadians a chance to get going there. And listening to how Paul talked about it afterwards, really heaped a lot of praise onto Jack as that young player came out which is hitting high, and as he said, it was kind of just the height of their game that just made it too big for the Canadians to have a chance, and that's what they're going to be looking to bring out against James Shaw and Jordan Hoppy here, is just make sure that they're just attacking high and really taking the block out of it as much as they can.
Indeed. Jake McNeil, Alexander William Russell, that Canadian pairing there, no slouts, there's no doubt about that. And to win in straight sets in such comprehensive fashion, it's a good build-up to this particular encounter. Paul Burnett, of course, a 26-year-old from WA, who has certainly faced pressurised experiences before. He was part of that gold medal campaign, thrilling 2-point victory in the deciding set against the Canadians in the 2022 Commonwealth Games. He's a qualified dentist as well. Jack Pearce, of course, 22-year-olds, paired up with Burnett in the tournament in Geelong late last year, and they forged a good partnership, haven't they, as well? And that'll only continue to get better.
Yeah, Paul's partner from those Commonwealth Games, Chris McHugh, is just still currently on the way back from injury, and he's working on his rehab, and he's getting back into jumping and everything. So he's really focusing on getting back and ready for that Continental Cup tour. And Jack's putting his best foot forward as well, just to be right there and waiting if Chris isn't ready for it. Jack wants to make sure that his name is called to fill in for that. And looking at the event in Geelong and National Tour, and now this one so far, he's really putting that foot forward, and he's got that foot in the door, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so too. It's amazing how chemistry can work your way through to such rewards. We see the toss here as the wind continues to pick up. Jordan Hoppy in the foreground. Player, as we mentioned, making the transition from indoor volleyball to beach volleyball. Might be able to pick up the audio here. Well wishes obviously exchanged. So Jordan Hoppy, 26-year-old, he's played 2 seasons of indoor volleyball, obviously on the Orange Coast College team. He led the teams in points as a sophomore before he transferred to Concordia Irvine for 2 more years. And he's got a bit of beach volleyball history in his family. His father, David, played a fair bit of beach volleyball. So it's amazing, isn't it, when it runs in the family. Sometimes the genetics play a part, don't they? But even the enthusiasm too.
Yeah, you're finding that, especially in America, you have it's a lot bigger of a sport.
Oh,
yeah. Here in Australia, and people are starting to play a lot younger. In comparison to us, where in Australia, it's rare to see someone starting volleyball before high school. That's usually when you really start getting into it. Where in America, they've got huge tournaments for people who aren't even in high school yet, and the massive events that have hundreds of teams playing it. So it's something that they're really good at, just promoting that sport and having all these huge events, and so it really gives a big leg up for a lot of these countries and for the US, and it's something that the Aussies have to do, is really work hard to kind of catch up in these situations.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think it's built into the culture to a certain extent, because you mentioned the family dynamics there and the fact that it does get passed down from one generation to the other. We know with the American culture, college is such a big aspect for a lot of people in their lives, and sometimes there's a family link to colleges as well. So kids end up playing the same sports as their parents at the same college. So it's amazing how the culture is a little bit different compared to Australia in that respect. It's sort of inbuilt almost in the education system.
Yeah, it is, and it's something that is, even if you didn't go to the college, if you are just living in that area or grown up in that area as well, you're like, that is your team. That's your college team. Doesn't matter if you went there or not. You may have grown up around the corner from it, and it's such a die-hard fandom for it, and it's I love it. I think it's great to see, you know, how you can just be so invested in school sport.
It's different here in Australia, isn't it? We probably don't have that same investment in terms of the education system in regards to sport, in terms of having that emotional tie to your college. It's a little bit different here, obviously, in Australia. For those who may be tuning in from the USA, we see Burnett and Pearce warming up. Obviously, we mentioned the college system. The NCAA tournament is massive, both in the beach volleyball and obviously indoor volleyball is massive as well over there. We mentioned a number of players have made the transition between the two in the USA over the years. So just going back to Burnett and Pearce as a pairing, they've certainly developed well in recent times. And just that experience, you mentioned obviously with Burnett being part of that Commonwealth Games winning, or gold medal winning campaign in the Commonwealth Games a couple of years ago. It's amazing how that adds to experience, that level of achievement, sense of achievement, but also just knowing you've been there at the top of the mountain. I know it's not the Olympics, but you know, it's a pretty big tournament all the same, which gets a lot of publicity. To withstand that pressure and achieve, that just augurs well for the rest of your career, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's something for, you know, other international countries that aren't involved in the Com Games. You know, it's at times hard to describe what a Commonwealth Games means to Australians. You know, seeing that it is such a smaller event compared to the Olympics, but at times it means just as much, or if not more, you know, because the countries are so invested into it that, you know, going out and, you know, winning the Com Games for Australian beach volleyball, and, you know, his partner Chris McHugh has won, you know, the 2 beach volleyball gold medals, you know, winning the first one in Gold Coast with Damien Schumann, and then, you know, after Damien's retirement after the Tokyo Olympics, partnering up with Paul Burnett and then able to go and win that one. You know, it's really great to see Australia putting a great foot forward to, you know, cement their position in Commonwealth Games.
All right, let's head down to Greg Jury on the sand. He's with James Shaw.
James, welcome to Australia, mate. You arrived here on Wednesday, straight through to a semi-final. You must be wrapped.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting 3 days, and Jordan and I are pretty fired up about how it's gone so far, and hoping it goes well today again. Yeah.
Now, first time to Australia?
Yeah, first time to Australia. Second time for him, but yeah, first time over here for me.
Now, mate, we just looking at your stats. This is your first ever FIVB event. So this is a rookie campaign that you're starting with. To go out and make a semi-final and potentially a final, the butterflies must be a bit there.
Yeah, there's butterflies for sure, but you know, it's just volleyball. I've played indoor for a really long time and played in a lot of big matches, so this is you know, hopefully nothing new, and it's just exciting. It's exciting to be out here. I'm fired up.
All the best out there today, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great stuff there, Greg. James Shaw, straight off the plane on Wednesday, straight into the tournament. That's a pretty good effort when you consider they've made the semi-finals. To this point, jet lag obviously becomes a factor whenever you come from the USA to Australia, and he seems to have adapted pretty well. Look, athletes are probably used to that when they make these long treks, but James Shaw, this is his first time to Australia.
Yeah, even still, that is a big difference in time zone to go from, you know, Wednesday into like playing, you know, just the day after.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Paul Burnett is with Greg Jury now on the sand. Let's head down there.
Paul, well done again, mate. Now the finals campaign going very well for you at the moment. You must love Mollymook Beach.
Yeah, love it. We had a great week last week at the national tour, and to be back in the semis here today is exciting, and hopefully we can back it up.
Now the feeling of the conditions, it doesn't get any better. There's a slight sea breeze, calm conditions, sunny morning.
No, every day has been different here, and to finish the tournament with a perfect day, it's awesome. So there should be some good volleyball today, I think.
Awesome, mate. All the best out there today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to hear from Paul Burnett down on the sand with Greg Jury, and it'll be an intriguing semi-final, no doubt about that. This pairing of Burnett and Pearce looking to replicate what they produced at the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour last week on this very same beach at Mollybook. Mentioned James Shaw before, the fact that he's new to beach volleyball after a long indoor career. His father, we spoke about family connections, his father was a head coach of men's and women's volleyball for 27 years at Stanford, I think, which is a well-known college over in the US, so the family connection continues.
And then went to Stanford himself as well, so, you know, great, you know, as you said, family connection at Stanford for James Shaw and his father Don as well.
Yeah, long time in the role, I'm sure. Majored in science and technology at Stanford as well, James Shaw. So he's looking in that region, very, very good region to build a career. He's got a big block, great hands. That'll be one of his major assets in this game, you would expect. Of course, transitioning from indoor volleyball, both of these players for the US. So Jordan Hoppy coming out onto the sand now. Just enjoying the applause as well. He's pumped and ready to go. Seen him on YouTube a couple of times, actually, Jordan Hoppy. Very much exuberant player, at least at indoor volleyball out there on the court. And I'm sure he transitions that onto the beach as well. He's already pumped, as you can see. James Shaw, the 29-year-old, joining him. Now, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce to come out to the court.
Welcome the South Aussie sensation that is Jack Pearce.
And they defeated fellow Aussie pair Matabella and Kai Landers, these two, after coming from a set down in their first match. They lost the first set 21-17 and then recovered pretty well, 21-12 and then 15-6 in the decider. So he did mention earlier on, Max, the difficulty of coming back from a set down, but these two at least have tasted that. They know, they have that self-belief that they can come back from adversity out there on the sand.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of starts for them in pool play, as you said, losing that first set and then a really good finish off, and then unfortunately going down to Hoppy and Shaw to top that pool. But since then, they've put together two really good games against Japan and Canada, so they're going to be really relying on that momentum that they've built up through that to come in and fight against this American team.
Underway, Pearce and Burnett in the foreground, serving first. Pearce with a good recovery, Burnett almost flaying that one over the net, that one too long. So a good start for Australia, because there was an element of precariousness about that point, but they recovered well.
And if that's what we're looking forward to for this game, then we are in for a treat, because both teams laying out there to keep that point alive at times.
Here's Hoppy with the attempted spike, good jousting, that deflected. And as a result, Burnett just couldn't quite get the block in place, and we equalise at one apiece.
It was great use by Hoppy there, just off the fingers of Paul Burnett.
Hoppy with the serve. Tries to adopt the float serve once again. Here's Pearce. Well, almost feigned a bit of pace there with the spike, and on that occasion he found a bit more of a gap cross court and delivers the winner, 2-1.
Shaw's fingernail just keeping that ball trickling along the net, and Paul having to lay out to just chase that, make sure it wasn't going to drop in, and then Jack able to just hit back across towards that line, finding the open court, and then Paul Burnett just not able to find the hand contact on that serve, hitting that out wide.
It's too much leverage on the serve on that occasion, so two apiece. Yeah, trickled along the net, almost around the world type in basketball on the rim. Shaw with the little float serve. Pearce with the spike, and too long on that occasion. So just a little bit too exuberant. 3-2 in favour of the Americans, Hoppy and Shaw. So James Shaw, 29-year-old. That was a good set, a very good set, which set up the spike there for Pearce, working cross-court and equalises things. Just had enough time to work things out on that occasion, as you see on replay.
Just a great high swing as well, you know, just going through that block of Shaw as well, but you know, there's not too much that he would have been able to do with it.
Oh, he tried to lunge desperately there, Pearce. Good placement on that occasion, and Hoppy and Shaw take the lead once again, 4-3, as they change ends. Hoppy very exuberant around the sand. We know he's a quick mover. And on that occasion, that was a nice cut shot. Just changing direction with the wrist at the last moment. Chance for Hoppy again at the net. Caught a bit of a deflection at the top, and that one's too long from Pearce, so it's a 5-3 advantage to the Americans.
Yeah, we're going to see Hoppy just really go after Jack Pearce here, I reckon, with that little bit of breeze coming through. You know, he has the advantage of being able to serve into that wind and also going at the younger player.
Pierce with the spike. Good block there from Shaw, who works it over his head. Good adaptation. Responded there. And they peg one back, the Australians 5-4. Pierce working into his groove.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing that all through today. It's just the Americans really going after Jack. He's that younger player in the team, and while he has been playing really well so far in this tournament, that's where the Americans are going to reckon they can find that, find those extra points there with a great little cut shot there by James Shaw.
Again, just feigned the level of acceleration that he had in the shot. Deft touch at the last moment. Chance now for Pierce, again too long. So, seen on a number of occasions so far in this match with this Aussie pairing, maybe just a little bit too much leverage on their shots, 7-4 now.
Yeah, it was great height from the attack there by Jack Pierce, but not able to get that snap down on the ball and just letting it go out long. You know, something that, you know, Paul Burnett might be sitting down and talking to Jack, just reminding him just to keep backing in that attack and, you know, go after that block as well. You don't have to try and avoid the block. You know, that's one thing that was always a bit of a struggle early on, you know, as a player, especially for me, was that, you know, because I really liked going off those big hard hits, was not really going to a shot too much, but as soon as you get blocked, or, you know, even the blocker just starts getting too much contact, you know, on that hit, you know, you start to try and avoid him a bit more. But it's one thing that you learn longer and longer your plays, that you can just keep backing through, and if you're attacking that blocker zone, you know, if you're still winning, you know, 7 out of 10 of them, then you're sitting pretty well.
So the first time out called, players come back onto the sand. Hoppy and Shaw with a 7-4 advantage. The American pair doing it well early. And do you think that's a confidence thing more than anything else as you develop? Sometimes you're just afraid of the blocker on certain occasions, and maybe some players don't have enough faith when they joust at the net, and does it take time to develop?
Yeah, 100% it does. It's you know, something to build that confidence, and you know, even a play like this where, you know, it's a great pass by Jack there. Like, he doesn't actually attack this ball, but he puts that ball up in a great spot for Paul Burnett. And it's a big point for themselves as a team. Even something like that can build the confidence for him as a player.
Good serve from Pierce, very wide, and they run into each other, this American pairing. Maybe just catching the breeze on that occasion to a degree as it went out towards the sideline. And just a touch of miscommunication. So the Aussies picking a couple of points back here, 7-6 now. That one's gone wayward almost. Hoppy trying to recover. That one's gone a little bit too long. So 7 apiece, and the Aussies increasing in confidence as we head down to Greg Jury. Good counter-attack here for this Aussie pairing.
Yeah, service pressure there, serving to Jordan Hoppy at the moment, and that was a couple of poor passes which caused the boys to come back here at 7 apiece. And I will say the US team's service pressure, watching yesterday, was outstanding. Young Jordan does a really good sliding jump serve. So if the Aussie boys can control that first pass, I think they'll win this game. But it really does come to that first pass control from the Aussie boys. If they can control that, they'll win this game.
Thank you, Greg. And cross-court shot a little bit too long, so Hoppy and Shaw regain the lead. It's a salient point Greg makes about the service game of Hoppy, just taking the pace off it on that occasion. Deft touch over the net. Burnett just can't quite work it over. That's 9-7. So Hoppy does vary his pace, doesn't he, in terms of his service game. Cannot execute the float serve. He can go very aggressive. That one a bit too long. Well done from Burnett to anticipate the fact that it was going to go beyond the baseline. And it's 9-8, and that can be difficult in itself sometimes.
Yeah, Hoppy's been playing really well with the depth on his serve, you know, bringing the boys in shorter, and that one just going long. A very, you know, brave call there by Paul Burnett, but the correct call to leave that serve.
Hoppy with a cut shot. Desperate lunge there from Pierce. Likewise again, well done from Pierce. Stretched his skin beyond belief to get to that one, but he can't work it over the net with the follow through. So it's 10-8 in favour of Hoppy and Shaw.
For those who don't know that much about beach volleyball, 2 jump sets over the net in a row, something that you just do not see in a game. Hoppy just completely, absolute confidence in his hands to go for that attack, having to be completely square with the ball, crossing the net and absolutely nailing it. And you could hear a little bit of giggle from the side of the court as well from some supporters.
And Pearce respond here. Burnett with a good dig. Now the follow-up spike was very good, very powerful. That's what they needed confidence-wise. 10-9 now at Mollybook.
Interesting thing, you know, trailing 9-10 here, but you know, from the stats I've been taken so far, 6 of those 10 points have actually been from direct errors by Paul and Jack. So they're giving away a lot of these points here.
Well, that was a genuine joust to the net on that occasion, 11-9. But you're right, some of those unforced errors on the sand proving to be costly. Well, they ran into each other with the dig there. Managed to get out of it and straight down the middle from Pearce. Good recovery from Shaw, and Hoppy follows up. Just going straight down the middle himself, 12-9. As the technical timeout is called. So 12-9, pretty much the story in this first set, isn't it? Shaw and Hoppy maybe dictating terms. Burnett and Pearce have levelled up a little bit, but just a few crucial errors proving to be costly for the Australians so far, Max.
Yeah, I've got 4 errors currently from Jack Pearce, all on attack, and then, you know, an error on serve and attack there from Paul Burnett. So 50% of the points currently for the Americans are off Australian errors. So that's one thing that the Aussies are really going to have to, you know, fix, is just cut down on those errors. But for the Americans, they're putting these Aussies in their positions. They're almost in a way like, you know, forcing these errors. You know, they're putting great service pressure on them, and you know, really having to make the Australians work to get to the set. And so they're just going to want to keep putting under that, you know, good pressure. And they're at the point now where they've got that 3-point lead. And for this set, all they have to do is continue to side out. As long as they're not giving up runs at points to the Australians, they can finish this set off here.
So Hoppy with the serve, closest to camera as we resume hostilities again. Burnett with the spike. Well, the block was certainly the right idea there from Shaw, but just carrying beyond the sideline, and did catch a deflection on the way through. So fortuitous here for the Americans. They lead 13-9. Have a look on replay here. A very good joust. And just landed inside. Maybe took a deflection on the way through as well. So 14-9 in favour of Hoppy and Shaw. Oh, well. Very good joust once again. Shaw getting up to the net, but couldn't quite win the point. 14-10 now.
The joust and the little stare down by a little young buck, Jack Pearce there. You know, getting that ball down the throat of James Shaw and then just looking down as well.
Well, it was an errant piece of play there from Pearce, but managed to recover. That time, however, the follow-through was very good. And Pearce just reclaiming a bit of confidence here. Back to 14-11. Let's go down to Greg Jury. Is a confidence lifting amongst the Aussie pairing here just in the last couple of moments, Greg?
Yeah, just absolutely loved Jack's Pearce when he stared down young James Shaw and then went back to back with those points. So great volleyball from Jack. He's trying to fire up his team at the moment, so it's great to see.
Certainly is. 15-11. The Americans respond there. Seems like Hoppy takes that role amongst the American pairing, and Pearce for the Australians in terms of that extrovert type character. And once again, well executed with the set piece. Burnett this time over the net, 15-12.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Paul Burnett will just go out there and will try and just take care of business, where, you know, Jack will be a little bit more exuberant and extroverted out there on the court. And great serve there by Jack Pearce on Jordan Hoppy. You know, we've seen Hoppy's pass just, you know, break down a few times, especially when the Aussies have been serving from that far end for what we have on screen. But the Americans have done usually a really good job of being able to, work after that. The pass maybe going out of the court or, fairway off of the net, but they've done a great job of attacking from that. But at the moment, the Aussies been able to use it for a few points there, but Jack Pearce was just a serve into the net, just really letting them off there and giving them a free point.
Tried to execute the float serve, didn't he? But just didn't quite come off. And as you mentioned earlier, importantly, Max, a few errors which have been unforced from the Australians and proved costly. However, seems like the Lurgy's gone to the other side of the net. Hoppy likewise straight into the net off serve. So Burnett with a chance here on serve. See if they can eat into this slight deficit. Goes straight down the middle. Shaw with a big spike. He had the big run up and follow through, and he executes accordingly. That's a crucial point. It's now 17-14 as we head to the crescendo of this first set.
Great attack by Shaw. So tough when you're not the player who's getting served predominantly through that set to then get that ball and then come out and respond first time of asking. This time, Paul Burnett with a great two-ball attack. The pass from Pearce put him under a lot of pressure, but Paul just able to get a nice hard hit in that cross court.
One just over the net from Pearce. Burnett was sticky about going up for the block, but decided against it, and Hoppy took full advantage down the line with that eye-line shot. 18-15 now.
You can see just how dangerous the Americans are when they're in rhythm with that pass as well.
There's a set now, and Burnett responds with the cross-court shot. Well done from Pearce. He was thinking about going himself, but opted to set Burnett up, and they get one back, the Aussies, 18-16. One deflected off the net from Burnett, just enough juice on it. Well done from Shaw. Just pulled up slightly in terms of the spike and went with that deft little cut shot. 19-16 now as they change ends. Led down to Greg Jury, and Greg, the Americans just solidifying the fact that they are dictating terms at this point in time. 19-16 at the moment. And win picking up just a fraction. Can they round out this first set, the Americans? Shaw with the serve. Then floats it just over the net. What can Pearce do here with a spike? I'll tell you what he can do. He can go straight down the line and smack it over with the winner, 19-17. They needed that one, the Aussies.
It's a great swing by Jack Pearce there. Great aggression, just sees the open line and then just goes for it with the no-look hit across his body. Going to need to see that a lot more from Jack throughout the rest of this game if these boys want to get this done.
Just a little bit too long with the serve again from Pearce. We've seen that a couple of times today. It's just maybe about judging the wind, but also the level of ferocity on the serve. 20-17, set point coming up. Pearce sets it up for Burnett. Oh, the block was superb there from Shaw, and the Americans take out the first set in very stylish fashion, 21-17. And these two Americans have come off the plane really in the hours before the start of this tournament. They're playing well in the semis after a good start to the tournament itself. And they have the advantage, taking out the first set, 21-17, Max.
Great block by Shaw there just to finish that set off. By my count, he's on 3 already for the game. So really imposing himself into this first set now. And that's something that Paul Burnett, Jack Pearce are going to have to figure out how they're going to work around him, but also Jordan Hoppy, because he's been shooting around the backcourt and making it real tough for the Australians to find any clean sand on their attacks. So it's a great start by the Americans here. Of course, they won the first matchup between these two teams in pool play, 21-19, 25-23. So they followed up with a tight second set. So is that what we're going to be in store for in this game here? We'll have to wait and see.
Just taking a look at the first set highlights. Hoppy's been good with not only the cut shots, but I think his service game is a little bit underrated to a degree as well. He sometimes looked laconic in his approach with the serve, but he's very good at just looping it over the net.
Yeah, it's all about position for him. He's putting the Australians in really tough positions. You can see there, Jack having to really work, to get short to a ball there, and even off of some, poor passes from Hoppy himself, they've been able to attack really well. And so, for the Americans, they have heaps to improve on still. If they can solidify their pass and be a lot more consistent with it, it's going to be really hard for the Australians to come back at all.
Good start for the Australians so far in this second set. Recovery was superb there from Hoppy. And the joust at the net is won by the American Shaw once again, utilising his height and his spring. Well, he may be somewhat new, relatively speaking, to beach volleyball, but he's acquitting himself quite well at the moment. It's one apiece in the second set.
Yeah, one thing as a player coming from indoor, blocking isn't too much different. It's just, in indoor you have your role, and usually you're going to block, straight up and down. You've got your player to match up, where in beach you're going to have to do a little bit more moves, but overall there's not too much difference. So it's not too much of a difference between coming from indoor into beach on the blocking side of things.
Oh, how about that with the spike? Hoppy just responding well. So they're going to and fro at the moment. These pairings, it's 2 apiece in the second set. Almost in identical fashion, but at the other end, the other side of the net. Oh, it was set up perfectly off the head. Well done there from Pearce with the follow through and spike. Came off the head of Shaw on that occasion. And the Aussies maintaining a slight buffer here, 3-2. So we did mention, didn't we, earlier on, that this Aussie pair came back from a set down in one of their pool games against Matabella and Kai Landers. 17-21 and then 21-12, 15-6. They responded by sending a message with 2 convincing sets. Speaking of convincing, Shaw exuding that there. Just adjacent to the net, going down the line into the left corner and equalising for the Americans.
Yeah, it was a great attack by Shaw, just showing that, the Aussies aren't the only ones who can go and hit that ball on 2. It's just going to keep that block of Burnett a bit more honest as well.
Oh, how about that? Oh, Hoppy, fantastic dig. It went to the perfect spot for Shaw to slam it over the net. And they take the lead 4-3 as we bring in Greg Jury. Greg, the Americans, as you obviously heard during the pre-game interview, they came off the plane. Shaw coming off the plane on Wednesday, effectively. Don't think jet lag is deterring them from what you've seen.
No, absolutely not. And I tell you what, James Shaw, his hands for such a big guy directly out of the indoor program, he is unbelievably talented. And then you've got the razzle and dazzle of Jordan Hope and Hoppy, and I tell you, it is very good to watch. They're a formidable side, and I think this is going to be a real challenge for the Aussie team.
Certainly is. 5-3 now. Mentioned the dichotomy of personalities between both of these pairings. Hoppy, the extrovert, Shaw, a bit more reserved. As Pearce comes in here to the net. And maybe a little bit too much exuberance on the shot once again. 6-3. Seen that a few times, those unforced errors and going a little bit too long with the shots.
Yeah, just trying to move around a bit more and just trying to show something different against the block of Shaw and defense of Hoppy there. But Jack just isn't able to get on top of that ball again and just puts that ball that long. Then they would have just called that timeout there, just not wanting to let this deficit continue to grow too much more.
Do you think it's a technique thing? I know we talked about confidence before in terms of hitting too many longs. We have the 6-3 scoreline in the second set in favour of the American pairing of Hoppy and Shaw. Is it also a technique thing, perhaps, in terms of making sure that the ball is within play when you have that opportunity, that free rein to slam it over the other side with the spike? Is it technique, or is it simply purely around confidence to approach the blocker, in a sense?
It's always going to be a mixture of both, with confidence to attack that blocker, but also just the technique, because a lot of the time it's the confidence, or at times the lack of confidence to attack that blocker. That's the thing that's going to impede your technique. You're going to potentially just stop, and you're not going to completely follow through on that arm swing, and that's what will cause a lot of these hits going long. So we need to be watching out for Jack to make sure that he's continuing to attack high and follow through and finish that swing off to make sure that he's really directing that ball down into the deep part of the court and not just stopping early.
Well, we had one serve, the first of them after the timeouts, going beyond the baseline, that one going beyond the sideline. So a couple of errant serves to start off this second set from both pairings. Hoppy with a float serve, that one took a deflection. And a good response from the Aussies, 7-5. They did read the play pretty well on that occasion. And Burnett approaching the net just with that attack. Hoppy trying to set it up for Shaw, who digs it over the top. Here's an opportunity for Pearce with the spike, and he works it well. That time, that's better in terms of the length. Didn't go beyond the baseline, kept it inside the perimeter, and it's back to 7-6.
Jack Pearce is taking a little bit off at this time, making sure that he's still getting it high, but not going for that full hard hit. But just going for a little bit too much there on that serve, just shooting it straight into the net there.
He had the right idea, I guess, in trying to deceive the opposition pairing and working it to the right, but maybe a fraction laconic and just not quite clearing the net.
Times like these, with the amount of errors that they've have made so far in this game, you've got to decide as a team, are we going to keep going for it and risk that we're going to keep making these errors, or are we going to dial it back a bit now and make sure that we're making this American team play?
Oh, the good block was sensational. Well executed from Burnett. That's what he's capable of doing, and he levels things up at 8 apiece. He got to the net in quick fashion, and the placement, more than anything else, has to be appreciated. Chance for Shaw here with the spike. Oh, it was very good. Took a bit of pace off it, straight down the line, and they regained the lead, the Americans.
Shaw just seeing all the space that Paul Burnett was giving him there. The Aussies had a cross block play there, but Shaw just too quick putting that ball down in front of the outstretched arms of Jack Pearce, as Hoppy just puts that topspin serve into the net as well.
Well, we've seen Hoppy with his serve. He's been usually pretty efficient. That time, as you said, leapt up off the ground with a bit of a topspin attempt. Didn't quite execute it. One deflecting off the net. Hoppy may have gone outside the perimeter, having been left by Pearce, but it doesn't matter. He's gone down the line, tapping it over the net. And for, I think, the first time in this set, the Australians have the lead, probably the first time since the early part of the set when they got the first point.
Hoppy just probably gifting the Australians that point there. Didn't need to go over the net with that knuckle. Did put pressure under Jack Pearce to go over on 2 there. And then potentially that pressure of now being trailing for the first time, then has Shaw just cut that ball right into the net as well. The Australians now leading 11-9.
Curses himself in exasperation. Again, a free point given the other way. Off serve from Pearce, and a timeout will be taken. So it's 11-10. Burnett and Pearce increasing in confidence slightly. Although, not sure if that serve into the net will do their confidence the world of good, but at least they're responding. I think Pearce has maybe just adjusted his spike technique to a degree as well, just taking a bit of pace off it, and that's probably worked out well for the Australians. And a couple of unforced errors from the Americans, which we haven't seen too much of. Usually it's been on the other side of the net.
The service errors have been creeping into the Americans' game just a little bit more. They've done such a great job of putting the Australians under pressure and making them have to earn every point, that they're going to want to make sure they can cull those errors and make sure the Australians are having to win every point that they have to and not give them anything for free. And then, as you said, Jack has adjusted that swing slightly. He's not necessarily going for that hard hit every time. He's taken a little bit off of it, going for a little bit more in between, a hard hit in that roll shot, and just making sure that he's getting the height and depth, and that's really making it difficult for Hoppy to make any sort of defensive move, as we've got another service error after a timeout there by James Shaw.
That effectively makes it 2 in a row as well, both teams. Burnett with the serve here. Hoppy, just a deft little touch, deflecting off the top of the net. That's all you require. And it's 12-11 now as they draw to within a point. He's very exuberant that time. Maybe just taking a bit of pace off it again. Serve down the line, good from Hoppy. Chance for Pearce, straight down the middle. That's the way to play, through the guts. And again, just ensuring he doesn't go too long with the shot.
The set from Paul Burnett there, not going as far as we could see that Pearce wanted, and it also threw off Shaw in the block there. And you know, Jack, as you said, just going a little bit slower through the middle, and this time Shaw just goes hard and off the top of the block of Paul Burnett.
Head down to Greg Jury on the sand, and Greg, a couple of service errors we've noticed. Is that due to the wind or is it simply due to technique?
No, definitely not the wind. It's been a bit of a pressure change up. You can see. I think they're starting to work James Shaw a little bit, the Aussie teams, and it's working in their favour. Score's now 14-12, and I think they've found something here, and let's see if they can continue.
Certainly the confidence has increased. It was a good spike there from Pearce off the head. Hoppy with the set, a good cut shot from Shaw. Again, feigning the level of ferocity in that shot. That's back to 14-13.
Definitely a tactic, you know, teams do implement, is going after that blocker, really having to make them work to, you know, they have to serve, run to the net, but then also attack each ball, can really try to tire them out.
Good dig from Hoppy, and the follow-up spike was very good as well. Pearce lurching that one over the net. Hoppy, well, set up Shaw, who's whacked it straight into the net. Just the pressure, the blockage pressure, even if it's perceived, proving to be very effective. And I think that's what's ensuring the Aussies are maintaining this lead at the moment in the second set, 15-13. That was Pearce this time with that perceived blocking pressure.
And also when you have that, you know, defender like Jack Pearce is usually that defender in this team. As they attack, when you see the defender who's up at the net, you know, you feel like you have a little bit more option to hit with. And that set looking like it was dropping in a little bit shorter than Shaw was really wanting. And, you know, I think just has a little bit more time to go back down to that line. And that was the difference, just that little bit of time of him waiting to hit that ball, finds the net, and then, you know, just like that as well, waits a little bit too long to attack on that ball and just hits it into the net again.
And Pearce again up to the net, just exerting that perceived pressure. Chance for Shaw to atone here, and he does. Straight down the middle, deflected off Pearce. 16-14. They needed that one, the Americans.
The serve really needs to go in for the Americans here. Just too many errors so far, just giving Aussies 3 points.
Pearce with a nice set over the head. As he capitalises, Burnett was the one who set that one up. And Pearce executing well down the line. So 17-14. Delicately poised here in the second set. Burnett with the serve. Goes down the middle, Shaw with the spike and with the answer.
Seeing there, Paul just duck as he was going for the block, just thinking that Shaw potentially was going to put that ball out long, but Shaw just answering and hitting it straight down into the court.
Well, we've seen that a couple of times. He's tried the topspin there, Hoppy, where he's lurched up. Just in the last probably 5 minutes, that one deflecting off the net and beyond the sideline. He's normally been pretty strong on serve, but maybe just a couple of blatant errors in the last few moments. And that one just caught the baseline. A great serve there with Pearce pumping the fist, knowing that they're close to claiming this second set, the Aussie pair. 19-15 as a timeout is called, and the Americans, with the shake of the head from Shaw, get the sense their body language starting to maybe venture into negativity just a fraction.
Great change-up by the Australians here, just going after James Shaw, you know, making sure that he's having to do all the work out there, you know, block and also receive an attack. You know, we've seen a few errors starting to creep in because of that, potentially from Shaw, both on his attack and service, but Hoppy is also leaking those points off service errors. On my count so far, he's had 3 in this set. So for the Americans in total, five service errors for this set alone. So they're really giving a lot of these free points off to the Australians. The Aussies have only given 3 of those service errors back. So there's a couple points difference right there, just from the service line, where neither team was having to really do anything because the serves haven't been that close that they're going out on.
And both at different parts of the set as well. The Aussies were making errors earlier in the set with the serve, and now it's on the American side of the coin effectively as we resume once again. Can the Aussies force it into a deciding set? Hoppy just looping that one over the net. Chance for Pearce here with the spike, and it took a deflection offshore. And we're up to set point, 20-15. They've come back from adversity. Burnett and Pearce already in this tournament, coming back from a set down in one of their pool matches. They're a set down here. They can force it into a deciding set. They have a 20-15 advantage in the second. Pearce just off the net, made it difficult for Shaw. He lurched forward, and that one beyond the baseline. And as a result, we're going to a deciding set, 21-15 in the second in favour of Burnett and Pearce. They turn things around, and we're off to a decider in the second of the men's semi-finals here at Mollybook Beach as part of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour for the Futures. Well, how do you approach, just confidence-wise, as we see the toss for the deciding set, this sort of situation? Because the adrenaline would be pumping, I would imagine, Max.
For the Aussies, they've got that momentum, so approaching this third set, while they will be saying, it's time, reset, and we've got, got to just play this set as it is, now they have that momentum that they can lean on, and, the learnings of what's actually working for them at the moment. So for Jack Pearce, it's not having to go for broke on all of these hits. He's found a lot of success just trying to take a bit off of his attack, but still keeping that height. And yes, he's finding the block of Shaw, but he's tooling that block of Shaw a lot on these attacks, where for the US in Hoppy and Shaw, they need to find the court a bit more on their service and get back to that pressure that they were really putting the Aussies under in that first set. They were breaking the pass down really well, and in that second set they were just giving them too many free points, and it seemed like Shaw at the end of that set as well was just starting to have too many errors on attack, just starting to creep in as well. Just if it's a little bit of disconnect between the set and the hitter, who knows, as we see yet another service error out of a break and to start off this third set.
Aussies won the toss, and as you said, unforced error once again. Pearce looping that one over the net. Hoppy setting it up for Shaw. Attempted block there from Burnett. Not successful that time. We're one apiece in the deciding set. Let's head down to Greg Jury very, very shortly, just to get an idea of maybe the adrenaline that's out there on the sand as well. Head down to him shortly. Pearce with the dig. Burnett trying to spike it over the top. Hoppy, well done. Cross-court shot was superb, and the celebration even better. And they take the lead 2-1 in the deciding set. Greg, how's the atmosphere at the moment in this deciding set?
Yeah, the tension you can cut with a knife. It's extremely tight here, and I tell you what, this could go either way. It's going to be about defensive structures at the moment, and service errors is what Max is alluding to. So look, I can't make a decision on who's going to win this. It's very, very tight.
It is hard, isn't it, to make an adjudication at this point. Hoppy and Shaw, aside from that unforced error at the start of the set, they've responded with 3 straight points. Shaw with the little float serve. Good response from Hoppy with the diving dig. Pearce to set up Burnett. Straight down the middle he goes. That's the response the Aussies required. It's 3-2 in the decider.
Really needed that point there into the end switch. The difference between that a 1-4 and a 2-3 end to start a third set can be the difference between, if you're going to win or lose that set. But the big thing from the start there was, yes, Hoppy had that service error to start, but he's really responded well so far.
Shaw with the spike, and it's gone too long. So we're 3 apiece in the deciding set. Well, that was the same problem Pearce encountered earlier on in the match.
Just not able to find the baseline and find that deep meter of the court there.
Burnett will try for the block here. Deflected off his hands. Attempts the spike. Well done from Shaw. Great second effort. Hoppy, you can hear just encouraging him with great passion in his voice. That's a good confidence booster for Shaw as well. Great block. Burnett off hands. Well done with the anticipation from Pearce. Can he follow up with a spike? Was almost a winner. Hoppy to respond, and he responds in kind with a fist pump. Pearce tried to respond with a dig, but to no avail, and it's 5-3. They regain control, the Americans.
Hoppy's really upped the ante at the moment. You can see that first celebration that he had on his cross-court hit early in this set really seemed to let a lot of emotion out, and he's really starting to fire up here now.
Good cross-court response there from Pearce. It was wide open. 5-4 now. You get the sense it may go down to the wire. The way this match is twisted and turned with peaks and troughs. Shaw claimed the quarter and claimed the sideline. 6-4 now in favour of the Americans. That was pinpoint perfection, really, in terms of the placement. As they change ends, what can the Aussies muster here in response? The Americans have probably just held sway in terms of dictating terms in this final set.
There's not much you can do to stop that hit from Shaw, that's for sure. That's something that you can, pretty well just shake your head at as a defender and go, well, they're going to have that one. Can't stop that hit.
It's too good, wasn't it? Great quality. Chance for Pearce with the spike, deflected off the net. Good lunge there from Hoppy. He's full of energy, and it's exuded again down the line. And with the celebration, 7-4 in favour of the Americans now. That was a deft little touch. Pearce tried to dig it back. So we'll have a timeout. The Americans with the momentum at the moment now, Max, in this deciding set. They seem to have regained their composure after a bit of a harried effort in the latter part of that second set.
You see it so many times in 3-set matches that you have that team who's probably put in a little bit of a shocker of a second set in comparison to what they would have thought or felt they should have put out there. Just start really strong in this third set like Hoppy and Shaw have, and it all started with that transition digging and then cross-court hit from Hoppy. You could really see he probably let out a fair bit of frustration from the errors that he had been leaking out before, but to get that kill, and then since then he's really been taking charge of this energy on that American side and has really led the charge here. And Shaw has just been quietly going about business and hitting some really hard balls and finding great zones on the court.
Shaw with the serve. Here's to set it up for Burnett here, and he whacks it straight down the line. That's a good confidence booster for the Aussies. We'll head down to Greg Jury. Greg, seemed like Hoppy was very vocal even coming out of the timeout as well. He seems to be an energizer buddy at the moment.
Yeah, he's really trying to pump up his partner at the moment, and it's working. James is starting to find some transitional play, which is fantastic. But what I did love in that first change of ends was what Jordan was able to do mid-game was by calling the play, and it was exceptional to watch.
Oh, good placement on that occasion, just going with the cross-court. Pearce and Burnett combining well for that point. So 7-6, they draw things back. Of course, a reminder for those who are tuning in, not used to beach volleyball in general in this deciding set. First to 15, obviously, with a 2-point gap required. Sure to set it up for Hoppy here. Well, he changed his mind, and it probably proved to be the decisive factor. Staying down and working it over the net, and the Aussies couldn't pick it.
Just a little bit of miscommunication there between Shaw and Hoppy. Hoppy obviously wanting a bit of that quick shoot set, and Shaw just looping it up, and in the end, the confusion worked for them in the end. You know, Jack Pearce and Paul Burnett weren't quite sure of who was going to do what, and just the standing little roll shot into the middle of the court worked out for the Americans. So we've got the end switch with them leading 8-7.
See a replay here with Pearce responding well. That cross-court shot will have opened territory. 8-7. Here's a set up for Hoppy again. Tried to go cross-court. Good response from Pearce. The reflexes were superb. He works it over the net with a dig, and it's 8 apiece in the deciding set.
Sometimes that's all you have to do. You just get your arms behind the ball, and that's what Jack does there, and just lets it go over the net.
Good float serve as well. Forced it wide to the sideline, and that one a bit too long from Shaw. So a timeout. The USA have called it. They need to recalibrate because the Aussies have taken the lead in the deciding set. What a turnaround, 9-8. Greg Jury, we'll head to you there on the sand. They really have increased in confidence just in the last couple of moments, particularly Pearce in terms of his technique.
Yeah, Jack Pearce with those big plays just when they needed it, the Aussies. A great dig on that cross-court snap there from Jordan, and that just changed momentum once again. This is a fantastic battle we're seeing.
Certainly is. It is going to and fro, hasn't it, Max, in terms of the way that the patterns have gone in this game. You can't really pick it. The momentum has swung like a pendulum.
Just like that, after the Americans were looking so strong and looking really quite comfortable in this set, Jack and Paul have come out and then 9-8 up. And you know, the Americans have done a great job of cutting down on those errors that they'd been giving the Australians. So, you know, this time it's just the Australians have been earning each and every point, and you know, they've had to work to get back into this, and it's been some great defense by Jack Pearce, and he's putting pressure on the serve as well. It's good to see a serve out of a timeout going in for once.
Well, that was an open shot from Shaw. Yeah, that's exactly right. Shaw recognising the vacant territory, went with the cross-court cut shot. 9 apiece. Just levelling it up. And Pearce wasn't going to get to that one with the ferocity. Chance for Pearce with the spike. Took a bit of pace off it again. He really has adapted well in this game in that respect. 10-9 now, the Aussies regain the lead.
Yeah, just using his height really well there, and just taking off and just a nice soft line shot over the top of the block.
And likewise, over the top of the block there. Good stuff from Shaw, utilising his height on that occasion, and it's 10 apiece in the deciding set as they change ends. Gee, it's hard to pick at the moment in this semi-final. It's been a beauty.
Tough thing to do to get over the block there of Paul Burnett, but Shaw doing a great job with that line shot.
Hoppy a bit too exuberant once again with the serve. He served so well earlier on, but he's made a couple of unforced errors probably since the midpoint of this game.
You can see he's really trying to attack that sideline into the wind and off that left of Jack Pearce there, but he's missed it a fair bit. So I'll be almost as his partner, I'll be saying go for honestly the other side and go for the middle, because if you miss that, at least it's going in there. Has some great blocking by Paul Burnett and then covering by the US, but this time James Shaw just couldn't quite get it over the net and just shoots that one into the net nice and low.
How about the come on Leighton Hewitt style there from both Burnett and Pearce. They knew that was a crucial point. They've given one back with the serve. Too long, 12-11. So Shaw with the serve here. He's been a calm and reserved figure in this match and really improved as it's gone on. Pearce sets it up here for Burnett with the spike down the line. Good dig from Hoppy. Can he respond here? Cross court, well done. And they level things up, 12 apiece.
The defensive play there by the Americans was on point. The early line shot run by Hoppy to get that ball from Paul Burnett, and then responding with a great cut shot.
Burnett took a deflection, that one. Great power, wasn't deterred by the blocker. And as a result, Burnett with the winner, 13-12. They lead by a point as we approach the twilight of this game. Sometimes you just got to show that ferocity to the blocker, don't you? And trust that there's enough penetration in the shot to deflect.
Yeah, especially after getting dug on that line shot, Paul Burnett just going back to his roots and just really showing how hard and high he can attack that ball.
The response here from Pearce. Can he finish off here with a spike? It took a deflection offshore and went out. So it's set up for match point. 14-12 for the deciding set. The Aussies, this pairing of Burnett and Pearce, they've come back from a set down earlier in their pool matches. Can they come back from a set down here and claim a spot in the gold medal match? Well, not if Shaw's got anything to say about it. He's gone straight down the middle with a winner, 14-13.
Great response there by Shaw, just backing in that swing, just going hard, deep down the middle.
Set up for Pearce was superb, and the finish even better. And it will be an all-Aussie gold medal match for the men's here at Mollybook in the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. They continue their good form. Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce in a thriller have played the deciding set 15-13. A valiant effort from the Americans, Jordan Hoppy and James Shaw. But we've got an all-Aussie decider in the men's. And Max, that was a beauty of a game. A pendulum swinging one at that.
Was going back and forth between each team, that's for sure. Unfortunately, I think it's just looking back at, I think it's just going to be a couple decision errors by Hoppy and Shaw that I reckon they'd be ruining and thinking that they gave that game away a little bit in the end there. But Burnett and Pearce did a great job of having to fight back in that third set and really win that game off of their own back.
Let's head to Greg Jury with the winning pair, Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce.
Paul, Jack, congratulations, boys. What a great game again. Tight against these guys. You played them in your pool game earlier in the tournament, and that was extremely tight, and it's backed it up with another tight battle.
Yeah, they beat us in a close 2 sets the first time, so we knew it wasn't going to be easy coming in today, and they started so well, and even in the second set started really well, so it was tough game, but we found a way, and credit to Jack, played bloody well, and really happy to be going through to the gold.
Jack, your defensive structure in that game then, that one critical dig that changed the momentum of that game. Did you feel that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a grind to get there, but I was waiting, being patient. I knew a dig was going to come soon, and thankfully I read him well, and I was in the right spot, and I got a nice cheeky one on over on one, so yeah.
Love that. Now you've got the big game next, the gold medal game. You've got Isaac and Mark. You play them all the time, guys. I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We've played them a couple of times this season, and we train with them every day. So, look, it can go either way. But we're just happy to be in the final, and we'll give it a crack, and hopefully we can get the win.
Congratulations, boys! A great effort.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great stuff there, Greg. A great interview. What a game it was. And that decisive set, the Americans seemed to have the early momentum, didn't they, Max? But credit, obviously, must go to Jack Pearce and Paul Burnett. It was mentioned in that post-match interview, Jack Pearce, that crucial dig halfway through the final set. That might have been the momentum changer.
Yeah, it can be such a demoralising thing, you know, just to have a great swing cross-court and just the smallest of, touch, but just to drop over on your side of the net and just to lose that point. You know, it can have such a big effect both on your side as the, one attacking, just like, oh, come on, like, what have I got to do? And then on Jack and Paul's side, you're just kind of like, well, there's a little cheeky free one there, and it kind of loosens you up a bit, and that's what it looked like to do for them in this game here. As we see that point.
Obviously, Shaw exerting his authority late. I thought he really worked into the game well and certainly acquired a bit of influence, but great blocking work. Burnett, he let out a come on. And obviously Pearce trying to lunge forward. The Americans certainly did fight back hard. It was a gallant effort, but it'll be an all-Aussie gold medal match in terms of the men's event here at Mollymook. We've got the women's semi-finals to come. It'll be an all-Aussie matchup as well. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us for our live coverage from Mollybook. A picturesque day in Mollymook on the southern coast of New South Wales, hosting the Futures event for the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. And we're set for the women's semi-finals. The men's semi-finals have already been completed. And we've got an all-Aussie matchup to kick things off in terms of the women's semi-finals. Stephanie Fahesh and Jana Milutinovic up against the pairing of Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson. Fleming and Johnson, of course, missed out on the gold medal match in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour last week at this very venue. They'll be looking to atone here today to see if they can try and taste a gold medal match. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how Fahesh and Milutinovic go, because they've been in great form, Max, particularly in recent times.
Yeah, they have. Obviously getting that gold, last weekend, and also at the Cobram National Tour as well. So a couple gold medals for them in a row on the National Tour, and it's something that Georgia and Jazz are going to want to try and put an end to. The run of Steffi and Jana, and get back on the winning side themselves.
All right, let's head down to Greg Jury on the sand.
Steffi, you love this beach. I know you do. You must be excited. Semi-final action about to get underway. Tell me, you haven't dropped a set this tournament so far. How's the momentum feeling?
Oh, it's feeling great. Each game we're building and building with Jana, and hopefully we bring it through today as well.
Awesome, mate. All the best out there today. Have some fun.
Thank you so much.
Very, very excitable, isn't she, Stephanie Fahesh? I noticed Greg spoke to her parents last week, and they're very excited following their daughter around. Let's head back to Greg now on the sand.
Jazz, you've got your game face on this morning. I can tell it's a beautiful day for it. Tell me, how do you build that momentum and get one back on these girls?
I think just starting our game strong. Me and George have been working over the last couple of weeks, trying some new things, different sides and whatnot. So, yeah, let's trust our process, go out there, hit some bowls. Yeah.
Good stuff, mate. All the best out there today.
Thanks.
Yeah, keep it simple is the principle that always seems to work. Jazz Fleming looking to do that today. Obviously looking to atone for last week, the Queenslander, along with Georgia Johnson. Interesting, isn't it? Jazz Fleming, still a lot of development to come as well. She's only in her early 20s. Georgia Johnson, the more experienced of the pairing. And both have really worked into their groove well as a pairing too. They claimed their first gold medal as a pairing in Canberra early last year. It'll be interesting to see how the dynamics go. But as you mentioned, Fahesh and Milutinovic, both in very, very good form. And Fahesh is another one who's got plenty of improvement to come as well. Only a 19-year-old who represented Australia at the Under-21 World Championships in Thailand last year. Let's take a look at the brackets, Max, and the lead-up to this particular semi-final. There's another semi-final to come, obviously, a little later on. But Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson, they had a straight sets victory over Murakami and Rico in the quarterfinals. And Steph Fahesh and Milutinovic, they've also been looking very, very confident and comfortable. And they claimed victory over Rayner and Alkin a little earlier on in their quarterfinal clash. So both coming off the back of straight sets victories.
And reading what they had to say after their quarterfinal victories last night as well, it seems that Steffi and Jana still aren't quite happy with how they've been playing. Yes, they've been getting through in straight sets and have been on paper playing quite well. They know within themselves that they still have their best volleyball to come, and they haven't quite found it just yet. And I reckon the same can be said for Georgia and Jazz as well, that both teams know that they've still got a lot more that they can find.
Yeah, of course, Fahesh and Milutinovic, they defeated the American pair Avery Papinga and Madison Shields in straight sets in their first match, 21-15, 21-13. Had another straight sets victory over the American pairing of Tiffany Creamer and Katie Lindstrom, and then they downed the Aussie juniors, as I mentioned, Jasmine Rayner and Elizabeth Alkin in straight sets. So they've been in sensational form off the back of a very good campaign at Mollymook last week. As we welcome to the court, obviously in the sand, Steph Fahesh, only a youngster, still plenty of development to come. Jana Milutinovic, watch for her blocking game. She was superb last week with her blocks, getting up to the net in crucial stages last week, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's such a tall player out there on court, and one thing it talked about last weekend as well was, recently they had some jump testing results that saw her, reaching up and touching 315 on her spike approach, which is a massive jump and huge reach above the net as well. So she's an imposing force at the net there.
Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson now be welcomed to the court. The Queensland pairing, they actually lost their first match to American pair Delaney Perenick and Charlie Ekstrom in straight sets, but they were very tight sets, 21-19, 21-19, but they've recovered since. They comfortably defeated the Brits, Daisy Mumby and Anaya Evans in straight sets, and then won their quarterfinal over the Americans, Tiffany Creamer and Katie Lindstrom, after losing a tight first set, but they smashed them in the deciding set, 15-6, so they recovered well, and they're a pairing who can overcome adversity too, a bit like the previous game in the men's.
And as Paul Burnett said, with the All-Aussie gold medal match, these girls play against each other, they train against each other every day, so it's something that we don't know how this game's going to go. It could go either way, and it's going to be an awesome game to watch here.
They know each other's strengths and weaknesses, don't they? That makes it all the more intriguing as to the matchup. Really requires the players to delve deep into their beach volleyball intelligence as we get underway. Fleming to serve first. Milutinovic sets it up here, and well executed by Fahesh. Wasn't deterred by the blocker at all. She actually worked her way back from the net, just choosing to stay underneath the ball, making sure she was at the right height to penetrate with the follow through.
Just a great hard swing as well, just nice and quick, and just catching the block out, getting set quite early, and then following up with a great hard serve as well, just floating around there.
Yeah, a great float serve, which she can execute quite well. So already, a bit of a message sent here, 2-0 for Hesh. Very good with her service game. Milutinovic more probably proficient in the blocking caper. And that one perhaps taking a deflection on the way through will await the call. And it's in fact going the way of Fahesh and Milutinovic, 3-0. Now, looks like there's going to be a bit of conference here with the referee. We did see some great sportsmanship last week from Milutinovic. She actually declared that she got a hand on it last week. Now, that one hit the sideline. Or did it go out? It went out. So it's 3-0. Set up here for Fahesh, and she executes the spike well. Well, what a start this is. This Aussie pairing in great form for Hesh and Milutinovic, 4-0 already, and they're on the attack, aren't they?
So it should be 3-1. That last point did actually touch the sideline.
Okay, there we go. We'll have that amended now on the score sheet.
Yeah. But put it back up to 4-1 now after that serve from Jana Milutinovic. Great hard float serve, just too much to handle there.
Yes, not only is she proficient with the blocking, that's probably her main asset, but also very good with her service game as well. 4-1. That one again looping over the net with the float serve. Good response from Fahesh with the dig. Can she set it up with the spike? Yes, she can. Oh, she's so versatile. 5-1 now. Warning signs have been sent.
Great start here from Fahesh and Milutinovic. Great dig there by Steffi there, just to lay out and then to get up so quickly and respond with a hard cross-court hit.
And Milutinovic, another good serve straight down the middle. And the block as well was superb. Fahesh, can she respond? Deflected off the net. That one, in terms of the response, took a deflection. Was well worked by Fleming and Johnson in the end in tandem, because they were in a confined space underneath the net. That was well set up.
Great use of the block there by Georgia Johnson, knowing that she didn't really have too much or too many options that she could go with at all there. So just aiming to just go hard back across the hands of Jana and working out in her favour that time.
So Fleming with the serve here. A good float serve. Milutinovic is so strong around the net. Good spike. Fleming with the response, cross court. She's on the spot, Fahesh, but couldn't quite execute it down the line. That one went wide to the left. And a much-needed point there for Fleming and Johnson. And all of a sudden, it's back to 5-3. How have you seen the game so far, Greg Jury? I'll endeavour to go down to Greg very shortly. 5-3 at the moment. Fleming with the serve again, straight down the middle. Good recovery again from Fleming. Can she finish it off with the spike? Yes, she can. So 5-4, and we're close to being levelled up. So this is a good recovery here from Fleming and Johnson.
A little bit of attitude there as well from Jazz Fleming, just after that dig and then attack, just a bit of a stare down back through to the other side of the court, just letting them know that she's there, she's not going away.
Oh, a bit of good fortune, but she'll take advantage there, Fleming. Even the wry smile suggests that she believed there was good fortune. So all of a sudden, 5 apiece as we head down to Greg Jury. What's changed, do you think, in the game for Fleming and Johnson to get them back into it? Because they looked a bit rudderless early.
Well, you got to love the sorry but not sorry serve there from Jazz, and it was fantastic stuff, to be honest with you, that fight back that they've shown. But you know these guys know each other's game so well because of the defensive structures that are occurring and every transition that you're seeing over the net. This is once again going to be an absolute cracker of a game.
Indeed. I spoke about the good sportsmanship, if you want to use that expression, from Milutinovic last week, where it was virtually match point. She actually declared that she got her hands on it and took a deflection when the referee called the other way as Fleming goes straight down the middle. Too much power there for Fahesh. And it's 6 apiece once again. We're tied up.
Yeah, as you were saying, it's something you don't really see too often, where last weekend the hit did go off of Jana's block and the referee called out, actually called game, signalled that the game was over before eventually, Jana got the attention of the referee and said, no, I actually did touch that one. It's their point. So then the game continued where, by the letter of the law, by the book, game should have been over, seeing that the referee did signal for the game to be over, but continued, and I mean the game only ended up lasting one more point anyway. Ended up going the way of Fayesh and Milutinovic either way, but hopefully that little bit of good karma can come in handy for them today at some point in time.
Well done from Johnson with the cross-court winner there over the net. Too much power in that shot, 7 apiece. And you're right, you don't see a lot of that level of sportsmanship in this day and age. I thought it was fantastic as they change in 7 apiece, and it shows the good spirit between these two pairings as well. They know each other quite well. Johnson with a nice shot there cross-court. So Fleming has been executing the serves at will so far in this match. Jazz Fleming, of course, studying a Bachelor of Chemical Engineering, believe it or not. As that one's gone long, 8-7. Couldn't quite get the calculations correct on that occasion.
No, just putting that one a little bit too far long. Gifting Fayesh and Milutinovic a little bit of a free point there.
Fayesh has been impressive with her zip on the sand. Oh, well done. That was well executed in terms of the placement there from Fleming, who got close to the net, dips it over, and it's 8 apiece. Johnson with the serve here.
One thing that's really good having these two Aussie teams play against each other is I'm able to, get a little bit of info and talk to both their coaches, Margot and Josh, and just get a little bit of information on what they reckon that these two teams are going to try and do against each other. Because when it comes to having a tournament where we have 2 Australian teams going against each other, the coaches take a step back. They don't go and put out any game plans. They sit back and they let the girls come to them with what they intend on doing, and go through why they want to play out the game plan, and they can evaluate afterwards. And one thing that really stuck out is both of these teams are playing an independent defense. So the blocker and defender are playing independently of one another. So they're both reading the game by themselves and figuring out how they want to defend each point, which is a really tough thing to do, both as young teams. But if these players can get it going, then they're going to be set up really well for their future.
Absolutely, and plenty of scope for improvement as well, as Jana works that one over the net straight down the middle, 10-9. It's been an entertaining contest. They're going to and fro at the moment after Fahesh and Milutinovic got the opening bout of momentum, if you could use that expression. They were leading 4-1 at one stage, but Fleming and Johnson are responding. Johnson going down the middle this time, and it's 10 apiece.
game's really started to just find its kind of equilibrium and, like, you know, middle ground here. You know, as he said, Milutinovic and Fayesh started off so strong, and then Jasmine and Georgia have really just started to even it out, and they've brought it back. We're at 10-all. You know, going 11-10 now into that technical timeout for Fayesh and Milutinovic off of that swing there. Just not able to be controlled there by Georgia in the backcourt.
Well done from Fayesh to have the awareness and presence of mind to go cross-court on that occasion. So as we have the technical timeout, it's a tight contest, 11-10 the scoreline. As we see Fleming and Johnson converse. Great access that we have. 11-10 in favour of Fayesh and Milutinovic. And really, with Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson as well, they're looking for back-to-back World Beach Pro Tour Futures titles after their success in Geelong late last year. They were forced to come from behind in their opening match before winning 10 straight sets in the tournament to take the final. They lost finals in Coolangatta and Helsinki earlier in the year, but it just goes to show you can change your momentum very, very quickly.
It's another thing that, you know, talking with, you know, Coach Margot as well, is that's something that, you know, to point out where, you know, Georgia and Jazz have been making semi-finals all last year, and, you know, their next step is to be consistently making the finals at these future events, and then making sure that they're making these main draws at Challenger and getting into qualies for Elite 16s. And so they've kind of hit their first step of their development plan, and now, you know, they need to start making these finals and make these gold medal matches. And, you know, they've made a good start here so far, winning in Geelong, and then they're in line to go to another final here.
Certainly are. Fleming approaching the net well, ties it up 11 apiece. Seen Yana trying to execute the float serve on a couple of occasions as well. Breeze has probably maintained a bit of a steady pace. It was very still earlier in the morning at Mollymook. So Fleming with the serve here. Opts to go straight down the middle. Yana will set it up here for Fayesh. Oh, the block was superb from Johnson. She met it at the right time and responded in kind, and they've taken the lead all of a sudden, 12-11.
Didn't look like we'd have this coming on in the set at all with how it started, but Jasmine and Georgia just grounded out this set so far, and, you know, they've worked hard, and then, you know, with that block from Georgia there, just getting the lead, and then Jazz just gives them a free one back, you know, tying it up at 12-all.
This is the thing, though. This comes down to experience. When you have the momentum, it's important to capitalise on it while you have it, because it changes so quickly, as we've seen already today. Fayesh with the serve here. It's 12 apiece. Well, it's the other way now. Straight into the net. Unforced service error. So it gives a lead back for Fleming and Johnson, 13-12. So Georgia Johnson, the 25-year-old. Grew up in Brisbane, of course. Will serve here. And they develop a bit of a break. Yana trying to say no to that. Johnson hugs it over the net, straight down the line. Yana to set it up behind. The block from Johnson was good. That's been one of her trademarks, but Fayesh responds well. Going cross-court this time, noticing the vacant territory and tying it up again, 13 apiece.
Great cover there by Yana, almost for a second not looking like she was quite ready for it, but then great pass up for Steffi to go and hit that on two into the cross-court.
Yana a bit too long with that serve. Haven't seen as many service errors in this match compared to the men's a little bit earlier on. There have been a couple, I suppose, in recent times. That one a little bit too long on that occasion. Normally they've gone straight into the net when there has been that service error.
Early on in this set, would have said you're correct, but currently now we've had, I think, about 4 in the last, maybe 10 points. So the service error is really starting to creep in now.
Well done from Steph to work to the centre of the court there and go straight down the line. So it's 14 apiece. See on replay, well set up from Yana. She just thrashed it straight down the middle, did Steph. So 14 apiece. Attendance starting to pick up at Mollybook as well, which is fantastic. A few beachgoers. Steph with a good loopy serve. Johnson just deflecting it over the top. Oh, how about the block from Johnson? She's been so proficient in that area today. And Georgia Johnson sending a bit of a message and a good celebration as well. They retake the lead 15-14. Great block.
That set there from Yana, just a little bit too tight there for Steffi Fayesh. And then, you know, Georgia Johnson's just doing a great job of just locking out that middle and not letting Steffi have the opportunity to wipe that across her.
Steffi this time working it across to avoid the block. Oh, Johnson again is full of beans and full of confidence. Straight down the middle with the right arm swing. And all of a sudden, they've established a 2-point buffer now, 16-14.
Forcing Yana and Steffi into taking that timeout as well. All of a sudden down by those 2 points after leading throughout this set now. You know, Steffi just, you know, losing a little bit of rhythm on her attack in these last couple, getting blocked and then putting that easy one down George's throat. You know, we're looking forward to her just going back and kind of attacking that, you know, blocker zone as she has done so successfully early on in this set. But for Georgia and Jazz, George has found her groove, and you know, she's really putting herself into this game. After early on, it was you know, Jazz with her serve putting Yana and Steffi under a lot of pressure. Now George has, you know, come to play.
We'll head down to Greg Jury. Tough one to tip at this point, Greg, in terms of the first set. Georgia Johnson certainly full of confidence. How have you seen her blocking capabilities in this first set?
Yeah, she's just reading it really, really well, and you could just tell she's the one on the court right now out of all the 4 players who's just been the difference. And if she can build that momentum, I reckon they'll take out this first set.
She's got the serve here after the timeout. Steph trying to set it up for Yano. Got a deft little tap in. And it did obviously go wide of the sideline.
We had a net touch there from
Yep.
Jazz up at the net there.
Yes, just a very, very slight touch in the end, and I think she knew with the wry smile. So 16-15. Johnson to set it up for Fleming here. Oh, well, that was just brute strength and power, forcing it through the attempted block of give up in that point, but read the deflection off the net pretty well.
It's a tough set as well to, you know, get that ball out of the net and set your partner up. But Yana did a great job there, and then Steffi with the great aggression as well to go straight down there, and then with the pressure on the serve as well, forcing that overpass, which Yana's able just to dump back down nicely. All of a sudden we're at 17 all.
There's a good double-handed palm down as well from Yana, straight down the middle. Knew there wasn't a lot of coverage underneath the net, so Steph Fayesh with the serve here. And a little bit too long. Well read there from Jazz Fleming. Just a laconic move to the side, knowing it was going out. 18-17 as they change ends. And again, the unforced service errors creeping into it. As you said, early on in the contest, the service game was on point. A few unforced errors coming into it.
It's such a break in play for that team. You're under a little bit of pressure, and then just to have that serve go out, and for it to go out by, you know, that amount as well, where you're not really having to think about it at all, can really relieve a lot of pressure off of you.
Oh, that was very, very good shape. Once again, to tie things up. Fayesh and Yana working well in tandem. That was very, very deceptive, because it looked like it was going straight down the line, but ended up going into the corner adjacent to the sideline. So Yana with the serve here. We're at 18 apiece. Goes straight down the middle. Johnson to set it up for Jazz, who goes bang. Did it catch a deflection? There's an appeal here, claiming there was a deflection. Jazz Fleming seems pretty adamant. The referee shaking their head saying no. And Jazz is not having a bar of it by the looks of it, but the decision's been made. Fayesh and Milutinovic with the point. Let's go to Greg Jury at ground level. What did you make of that one, Greg?
Yeah, well, the referee said he clearly saw it as out, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to have to get down and challenge that one, which is really good refereeing, to be honest with you, to hold his nerve to say, no, that was clearly out, and I'm standing by the decision. So, yeah, good to see from the young referee.
And Jazz Fleming still probably a little bit bemused at the decision in the end. It seemed to clearly go out, Max. Was there maybe an appeal for a deflection based on what we could see to the naked eye?
No, they would be the only way or only reason for them to be calling for that challenge is because they believe that it's tagged that sideline. So they'd be challenging, and when they would be calling that challenge, they're basically just asking that referee to come down off of his stand and to look at that ball mark. And they have that one challenge per set. So yes, the referee stood his ground and said no, clearly saw it was out, but he can also take down, go down, say no, it's out, keep back up his decision anyway. But then that would mean that Georgia and Jazz would lose that challenge for the rest of the set. Even though we are near the end of this set currently, they wouldn't have that challenge for the rest of this set either way, because if they are successful in it, then they were able to keep it.
We did have the advantage, obviously, of having the aerial shot because it looked clearly out, but Fleming obviously having a different viewpoint. If we get back underway. Oh, Fleming worked that one well, ensured that she could traverse around the impending block from Yana. Just got it over the top, almost looped it over the top to level it up once again at 19 apiece.
There's a great line shot, no challenge necessary for that one. Finding plenty of sand there down that line over the top of Yana's block.
Not that easy to get it over Yana either with her height. We know her prodigious blocking ability. Yana with the spike here. Too much power there for Fleming. And it's 20-19, set point in favour of Steffi and Yana here, who are carrying on with their very good form from Mollymook last week.
A great hard swing for a defender to try and dig with Yana hitting that hard down that line with that spin away from her body.
Oh, that deflected off the net. Good fortune, but a good result for Fahesh and Milutinovic. They claim the first set in a tight encounter, 21-19 over Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson. Well, it was going to and fro, but in the end, composure at the end of the set and sheer power at the start of the set when they established that 4-1 lead, probably proving to be the difference with Steffi and Yana taking the advantage.
Steffi had missed a few of her serves, getting late into that set and not quite finding that zone, but then when she needs it, on set point, nice little kick up off of the net and just dropping short in front of Jazz Fleming. Exactly what you need just to try and finish off that set right. First point of asking, not having to go to extras or anything like that. But I think we're going to see this second set is going to come back and it's going to be just as tight, if not tighter, because Jasmine and Georgia look like they're on as well. So, where previously when these two teams have gone against one another, one team kind of looks a little bit off their game or another one is just, on a step above. Both of them look right on their game, and we're going to have a tough game to pick, I reckon.
Let's have a look at the first set highlights. It was to and fro, wasn't it, for much of the set? And ultimately, Fleming and Johnson came back into it. They were very good, particularly Johnson around the net with her blocking power. She wasn't deterred by Yana at any stage, was she? And I thought she was an integral figure in getting that pairing back into the contest.
You're not wrong. Georgia got a couple really nice blocks through that middle of the set just to, eke a couple points back here and there till they were tied up and then eventually leading for a little bit of point in time, and then unfortunately they weren't able to sustain it.
Underway in the second set. Well done from Steffi to loop it over the top with a nice left arm slap, if you want to use that expression. It was a nice spike down the middle, and they claimed the first point of the second set.
A tough ball to get there from Yana as well. As it's coming down off the dig from Steffi, just collecting a little bit of the net. Just able to keep it alive, and Steffi got it down the middle, but then puts that service long.
It is worth mentioning that Fleming and Johnson did come from a set down to win their bronze medal match last week. It looked as if they were maybe a little bit rudderless early. So they do have the capacity to come back. There's no doubt about that. You can't deny their ability to do so. Yana setting it up for Steffi here. Tried that line shot. Good recovery from Fleming. Getting to the sideline well. Digs it up. Now a chance for the spike. And Jazz Fleming provides it right in the corner in the sweet spot. And they take the lead in the second set 2-1.
Great swing by Jazz there, just going up, show and cross, and then great little turn back towards her line as well.
You can see Georgia Johnson trying to G her up as well. She'll be the barometer in terms of confidence, in terms of body language, you would suspect. Yana to set it up here for Steffi. Good block from Johnson again. It's been one of the main assets of her game today. But Yana, straight down the line, that high line approach again, utilising her height to perfection and squares it up at 2 apiece.
Even with that block there dropping, Yana not needing to do too much with that great swing. She's taking a fair bit off it, using her line shot, going high and deep down the line.
Yana with a bit of a loopy serve. Johnson, well, that matchup has been intriguing, hasn't it? She's growing in confidence all the time, Georgia Johnson, the 25-year-old. That time going down the middle, and again, it's been an intriguing block battle, hasn't it? Just the jousting battle at the line between Johnson and Yana. Georgia Johnson, even though she doesn't obviously have the height advantage, she's not deterred at all, is she?
No, she's doing a really good job of moving that block of Yana Milutinovic as well, making sure that Yana doesn't have enough time to really load up in one position and try and take away a larger part of the court, making Yana move, laterally a lot more, and that's opening up a lot of the court for Georgia to hit into.
Fleming to set it up here. Johnson again down the line, adjacent to the sideline, this time working it around Yana to the side rather than over the top. She's got all the tricks in the book, and they lead 4-2 in the second set.
It's a huge swing as well. Great dig on that cross court. And then just the little bit of line that Yana leaves her, Georgia just takes it and hammers that ball down there.
Yana trying to respond with a bit of aggression there. You can sense that it's been a good one-on-one matchup. We'll head down to Greg Jury. What's happened in that instance there, Greg?
Yeah, just a net touch there from Jazz, but unlucky because by Georgia, I should say. Great dig by Georgia. Jazz just putting a little bit tight and slight net touch. But, geez, Georgia Johnson's defence in this set starting has been unbelievable. And what I do also like about Steffi and Yana is they've both got their strong hands on the inside of their offence, and it's making a bit of a difference for them when they're mixing it up a little bit. And I think that's really held them strong for the last few tournaments that they've played in.
Great to have Greg Jury on the sand, and a great point there for Jazz Fleming. Just deflected slightly off the net. She's growing in confidence too. Georgia Johnson really is sending a statement. She set that one up well for Fleming. Just a nice little swing, and that time maybe with the aid of the net there, just beating the Yana block. Steffi with plenty of power, but Johnson responding well with a deft little cut shot off the back of Fleming's superb dig. And it's 6-3 in favour of Fleming and Johnson all of a sudden.
Taking that point aside, I reckon Yana just needs to set up just half a step further towards that line. The shot from Jazz and then swing earlier, the end before from Georgia, she's giving a little bit too much line for these hitters to go for, and Jazz just gets a great service ace there, deep down the middle over the top of the shoulder of Steffi Fayesh. But yeah, I think Yana just needs to set up, just take a little bit more line, make sure if these hitters are going to go for especially the lower pace and going for these shots, that they're going to have to go over her and they can't go around.
Steffi Fayesh very, very eager to atone for that misjudgment off the serve before, and that time it deflected, went beyond the sideline. It's 8-3 in favour of Fleming and Johnson in the second set as we see a timeout. Well, it's been a complete change of momentum, hasn't it, in this second set? And you wonder how Yana and Steffi are going to get back into it this set alone anyway. But they do have the capacity to do so. We know they've got great natural ability.
It's a great block by Georgia as well, just getting in the way there of that hit and just ricocheting it back off of Steffi's head, and just a quick timeout call there. But as you said, they do have the ability to come back here, and either one of the girls in Yana or Steffi can be that catalyst and can turn it on and be the difference maker. Either, you know, Jana's just going to become a brick wall that they can't get past and is going to touch everything or block everything, or, you know, Steffi's just going to be shooting around the backcourt and it's going to be impossible for the team to find some clean sand. But it's going to have to happen soon. You don't want to let Jasmine and Georgia get too much on a run and, you know, grow this lead out too much, because even if they can't finish, they can't draw all the way back and win this game in 2. They need to make sure they're not giving them too much confidence and momentum going into a 3rd set if that happens.
Great to have the insider Max Gura on commentary, former Australian representative. Well, can they turn things around here? Jana and Steffi. A few short words to each other at the timeout. Fleming to serve. Well, Jana looked as if she was going to go with the set, but then decided to go with the spike down the middle. Good deception. That wins one back, 8-4. Wonder if she'll change her technique, her placement as to where she's going to stand as well, as you mentioned. It was good power at the shot all the same.
It was good to see Jana knowing that she doesn't have to try and hit that one as hard as she can. She can just use the height and go over the top of that block, and if she finds that zone, it's going to be really hard to defend.
That time too much power on the serve. That went beyond the baseline, so 9-4, another unforced error. So Georgia Johnson, she's been very impressive in this match. It's been a great barometer of confidence. Goes down the middle this time. Jana sets it up for Steffi. Well done from Jazz Fleming with the reflexes to keep that one alive. Second go for Steffi here. That one attempting to go down the line. And a little bit of a wry smile there from Steffi Fayesh saying, I didn't make the error there.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a laugh at, you know, one referee's or the line judge not seeing that touch, but,
yeah,
you know, they had the advantage of that hit came off the block right in front of that top ref, and he did a great job of seeing that touch right in front of him.
Yeah, just caught a little deflection on the way through. 9-5 in favour of Fleming and Johnson. Well, she had to readjust her balance there, Johnson, to feed it to Fleming on that occasion. It was very good work in that situation, because it looked for a moment she was going to slip over, but maintained her balance and set it up for Jazz Fleming straight down the middle, and a good little cut shot.
Yeah, potentially just seeing the body weight of Steffi just leaning towards that line, and just a great little cut shot going against the body weight of the defender. Just so hard to be able to shift back across when you're already, you know, showing that you're going to go one way.
That one almost looked as if it was going to go beyond the sideline there. It doesn't matter, because Steffi finishes it off with that high line shot, 10-6, and they needed that one badly.
Great response there by Steffi. You know, Georgia just giving her probably a little bit too much line, especially for a left-handed hitter there. Just looking very easy for Steffi to find that one and redirect to line.
Jana straight down the middle with the serve. Oh, it was a deft little touch that was all that was required for Jazz Fleming. Found the vacant territory to her right and responds well, 11-6.
All seems to be going right so far for Georgia and Jazz in this second set here. Just a little knuckle back towards the line.
Georgia Johnson, chemical engineering student, down the middle with the serve. Steffi did well, but was well dug out there by Johnson, who follows up. Steffi lunged forward and did well with the follow-up, with the jousting against Fleming on that occasion, took a deflection, and they claim a point, 11-7 now.
Just getting enough space, enough angle to ricochet that hit off of the block and make sure that's not coming back down on her side as well. A great dig and then great aggression to go through that block.
Jana with a bit of a float serve there. Oh, how about that for a block? That's what we're accustomed to from Jana Milutinovic. That's what she's developed and been so proficient at over the last couple of weeks. Haven't seen it as much today, but we saw it there, Max.
Been waiting for it all game, and you know, when they're needing it, Jana pops up, and a great big block as well, going straight down.
Nice dig from Fleming, setting up Johnson there with a cross court. Little spike. And a good response too, because would have thought off the back of that block from Yana, that could easily be a confidence deterrer, but they responded well in kind, 12-8.
Jazz going back for the serve here. 1 point till we have that technical timeout of this second set here.
Jazz Fleming, 21-year-old, straight down the middle, almost a miscommunication there. It was a miscommunication between Steffi and Jazz that brought them undone. So with the technical timeout, Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson have the advantage in the second set, 13-8. We'll head down to Greg Jury, and Greg, it's been quite a response from both Fleming and Johnson in the second set. Can forgive them for being a little bit, well, somewhat deflated after that first set where they came so close yet so far, but they've responded well in the second.
Yeah, really good play by the girls. And what you do love is Georgia's speed then on her offense to get out wide and open up those angles. But Jazz's setting has been on. You just love the power game of these two. When they are on, they are so good to watch. And look, you know, this game has turned, and it's look, yeah, I think it'll definitely go to a 3, and it's going to be one hell of a battle we've got coming up.
They are used to tight finishes, both of these pairings, it's fair to say, in recent weeks. So hopefully we do get that grandstand finish that we want. Max, how have you seen the game? Obviously, we've spoken of Georgia Johnson, but Jazz Fleming, do you think she's increased in confidence? Because it feels like she's acquitted herself well as the game has gone on, whereas Johnson's probably been there from the get-go.
Yeah, massively. Jazz has just sort of slowly, just, you know, quietly made her way up into it. She's had her little, you know, times where she's taken over and really brought herself into this game, and, you know, now she's just consistently there, putting great service pressure, as we saw point before this technical timeout. But she's becoming really hard to get through on this defense as well.
Great response there from Jazz Fleming, the one-handed dig. But Fahesh makes sure that they win the points anyway. The team in blue, a cross-court winner, 13-9 now, as they try and eat into this deficit.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jazz for backing up my point, as I said that she was hard to get through on defense with a nice little one-hand dig. But that response by Steffi, just power on that ball.
A youngster, she's got a lot of confidence. Fleming responded to there by Fahesh, who tries the attempted shot cross-court, but Jazz Fleming says, "You're not going to get past me." A great block. Well, she tried to do the repetition there, Steffi, going cross-court, but I think Fleming was up to it and probably anticipated it based off that previous point.
And just a bit of mojo, a bit of strut as well. Leaving the big celebration to Georgia, and, you know, Jazz just kind of being like, yeah, that's what expected when you're going to hit against me. A great serve there by Georgia Johnson. Hard float, just shooting through into the middle of the court.
It's a great float serve as well. Probably don't appreciate it as much from the camera angle. There's probably a bit of misjudgment, to be fair, from Fahesh as well, but still just that subtle little bit of movement in the air. Can Steffi respond here with the spike? Yes, she can. Good cross-court shot. And brings it back to 15-10. I think she needed it confidence-wise as well, Max. Just a couple of points not going her way prior.
Yeah, it's always good to have a nice little response like that, you know, finding some open sand and unfortunately putting that serve out wide.
Well, still got plenty of scope for improvement, Steffi Fahesh. She's still effectively only 19 years old, represented Australia at the Under-21 World Championships in Thailand last year. I think for a lot of younger players coming through, Max, it's all about trying to develop consistency. It's the same in any sport, really. Yana stepping up for Steffi there, but a good block from Johnson. That's been her mantra today. And she executes it well there, 17-10.
A great block there by Georgia Johnson, just making sure that she's clamping over on the top of that ball, and that hit there from Steffi. But as you said, yeah, Steffi is only 19, and for Australia, she's a youngest player in a little while that is, we're sending consistently out on that World Tour to go and play. As we saw a great block there by Jana, just swatting that one down. But yeah, so Steffi's getting such experience very early on in her career, where usually we've had, especially on the women's side, waiting until they're probably in early 20s, 20, 21, 22 before they really start going, and they're consistently going on the World Tour and not just playing an event here and there. Where Steffi's already racked up, 11 tournaments early on in her career. Where I know that I think I was almost like 22, 23 by the time I probably had that many events. So she's already well ahead of your development, going by the stereotypically what we've had previously.
18-11 the scoreline now in the second set in favour of Fleming and Johnson. Get your thoughts as to the importance of a mentor in a pairing when there is a little bit of an age gap. Jana sets it up for Steffi here. That time, she's up to the task. Straight down the middle. Responds well, 18-12. It's when you're in your 20s, Max, as you know, I think your development cognitively and also maturity-wise is exponential compared to when you're older. And I think having that mentor, like Jana, for instance, who's a few years older, I think is a great asset for her.
Yeah, a few years older, but like the tough thing as well is they're both so early on, and they're both in basically the same seasons into their World Tour career. So they're kind of going through a lot of these things together, and I think Steffi has had that opportunity where she's played with a lot of players as well, which I think is where more of that growth has probably come from her. You're not just playing with one person consistently. Like I know a couple of years ago, I think she played a national tour where she played with a different person each event, and I think she was in the final or won each of those as well. So that has a massive influence on the growth as well.
One took a deflection at the previous point. Fleming to respond down the line. Good one-handed dig there from Steffi. That catch the sideline or not? Jez Fleming believes it did. The referee making the call there. 18-14 going against Fleming on that occasion. She's a little bit despondent. Let's have a look at it on replay.
You can see that the referee is going down to have a look at this. We can see that the kind of shock wave of the sand is definitely on the line, but is the ball mark itself touching the line at all? That's we're going to have to wait and see. No, he's calling it out.
Yep. Referee maintaining the call. Just looking at that replay, probably fair to say it was reasonable.
Yeah, as you can see in that bottom left-hand side there, you can see that sand shockwave is on there, but if that ball mark isn't touching that line at all, that is still out.
18-14. Fleming trying to go for the highline shot. Jana was in the road, just applying that perceived pressure, and as a result, it fell wide of the sideline. So 18-15 as they take a timeout. That's the advantage of having a tall presence like Jana Milutinovic there.
And just trying to find that line again this time, and just trying to do a little bit too much, going over the top and avoid Jana's block there, and all of a sudden that lead they had just starting to shrink a little bit, but doing a great job calling that timeout early, not letting Fajic and Milutinovic get too much closer. You're hoping to just stem this run of points here.
Taking the timeout, might head down to Greg Jury to get his viewpoint on what's been happening. And Greg, a little bit of confidence maybe be brought back for Steffi and Jana here, but Fleming and Johnson still with the upper hand in this second set. How do you see the second set concluding?
Well, I think no matter what, you find that Steffi and Jana need to build momentum if it does go to 3, and they've done a great job clawing their way back into this second set. And I think what it is Steffi's serve pressure is just raised up a little bit now, so it was a good timeout. If she could get this serve in, you never know what can happen.
Fair enough too. So we resume the game once again. Steffi loops it just over the net. Fleming down the line. Deft little touch was all that was required over Jana this time. On the previous point, she couldn't quite find the mark and was forced wide of the sideline. That time, she was on point, and they're getting closer to claiming the second set. Jazz Fleming increasing in confidence as the game has worn on. Serves it down the middle. Oh, it was a pretty violent dig on that occasion in terms of the direction there from Steffi. Just misread it. And we're up to set point, 20-15.
Great aggressive float serve there by Jasmine Fleming. Just really making it tough there for Steffi just to get a handle on that.
So Jazz Fleming to serve for the set and to force it into a decider. Steffi over the head, Jana. Very good with the block. She's got a chance here and she executes it pretty well. Good response there from Johnson. Steffi now with a chance for the spike, but it falls wide of the sideline, and we're going to a deciding set in the first of the women's semi-finals. 21-15. Fleming and Johnson respond in kind there, Max.
Some great defense there and just making sure that Jana and Steffi weren't able to get a free point there, and in the end just forcing that error going out. And so we go into this third set, and it looks like all the momentum is on that Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming side.
That's right. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, sometimes one pairing looks dominant, but when you get to a decider, even if you lose a first set, if you claim the second set in response, it's amazing. Even though you seem to have the confidence down early on, you come into the deciding set with far more confidence, almost a perverse effect in that way. You're probably the favourites going into the deciding set.
Yeah, on paper you'd be watching and seeing that momentum, and courtside as well. Maybe as a spectator, be like thinking that Johnson and Fleming would have all of the runs here, but it's a tough thing because it's a completely new set here, and it's basically a new game. To come out, sets obviously shorter, going to 15 rather than 21, and so that means that if you make an error or all these things, that pressure is all kind of compounded. It means a lot more, and so it's all about how well these players are going to basically respond to that extra stress and extra pressure of a third set.
Seeing some of the second set highlights here, and Steffi, I think as the set wore on, she started to become a bit more efficient, as Greg Jury mentioned, after making a couple of unforced errors earlier in the set, particularly on serve. But I find that Fleming and Johnson, particularly Fleming, really raised the stakes in that second set as we get underway in the deciding set. And Steffi on point there, cross court with the left-handed movement. And claims the first point of the deciding set. A reminder, even though Fleming and Johnson have the momentum, Fahesh and Milutinovic have been in great form. They've won back-to-back golds coming in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tournament, Cobram and then Mollybook last week. Well, that deflected off the net. Fahesh tried to go with the one-handed dig. Well done from Johnson, and it's squared up at one apiece.
Yeah, this third set could go either way. We're not confident at all to call one team, for the victory, knowing that both teams have the skills and have the players that they can just take over.
Steffi with the chance here, deflected off Fleming. Well done from Steffi Fahesh, who's risen in confidence. 2-1 now in the deciding set in favour of the pairing who've claimed back-to-back golds in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tournament in the lead up to this weekend. Oh, an unforced error from Jana on serve, straight into the net. Just when they had the momentum, Max, you can't afford to make errors like that.
No, you don't want to be making errors, especially in that third set. Just want to be making sure that if she does, it's got to be now, and she doesn't want to be giving any free points right when we get down to the business end. So we see that error returned by Jazz Fleming.
Anything you can do, I can do worse. So 3-2 at the moment. It is very hard to pick, isn't it, at the present time. Certainly the momentum coming into this final set with Fleming and Johnson. Jana Milutinovic will be standing at the net. Waiting for Steffi to provide her serve. Jana, of course, a 22-year-old. She grew up playing indoor volleyball in Norwood. That was a great serve from Steffi. That one forced wide. That was your typical float serve away towards the left. And it was hard to judge, didn't it? Coming out of the hand.
If that float just fighting into the wind as well. So, you know, going against the push that you expect.
Yeah. Tried to execute it again. This time Fleming was onto it. We'll try for the spike here. And did it well. Just working to the right of Jana, who attempted the block. So 4-3 at the moment, the scoreline. Georgia Johnson with the serve here. She's been excellent for pretty much the word go. Well, the dig set it up there from Jana, and Steffi finished it off. Going over her head there, Jana Milutinovic. And Steffi went down the line to execute the winner.
Yeah, it was a great job there by Steffi, just knowing that she just gets that over the top of the block and she's going to find some clean sand.
Fleming with the dig here. Johnson to set it up for Fleming once again. Deft little touch. Well responded to from Steffi, who follows up with a very, very good spike. Oh, how about the versatility there? Getting up from the ground and standing up with the spike from Steffi. She's a pocket rocket.
As I said before, either team have the players that can just chuck it on their back and, you know, take care of business. And at the moment, Steffi is stepping up and looking like she is wanting this set and wanting this game more.
Good dig from Fleming, setting up Johnson. They desperately needed that one to respond. 6-4. They're starting to really work well in tandem, but still hard to pick at this point. We've seen the momentum swing on a number of occasions in both the men's semi-finals earlier on. So the atmosphere building. Head to Greg Jury on the sand. Greg, how's the tension at the moment? How are they responding to the pressure, these players?
Well, that's absolutely right. The service errors that have come in has been during high pressure moments of the game, and you know, but now the girls are finding their rhythm again. And I tell you what, Jana's two ball there, that's that right and left inside arm combination that works so well with that two ball. And you know, you love that offensive structure these girls have and Steffi's speed. But you know what, Georgia and Jazz are playing great. So look, this could go either way.
Yeah, that's one of her assets alongside her block, of course, Jana. Very powerful and proficient. Johnson digs it up here. Oh, how about that from Jana? We spoke about her blocking capabilities. That was on show at a crucial point there. 8-4 in favour of Fahesha Milutinovic. That's what she's so damaging in terms of her capabilities to execute. She's done it again. We saw it in the previous set, and that was a very crucial block.
Forcing a very quick timeout to be called as well by Jazz and Georgia there, knowing that they need to change something up here, stop this run of points that Steffi and Jana are on. They're trailing 4-8 now. That's a tough bridge to gap in this third and final set. Only going to 15. They're over halfway there, Steffi and Jana. So Jazz and Georgia are going to have to make sure that they can try to break their serve here, try and sneak a few points on defense and make sure that they're nice and solid in their own side out.
Very good as a blocker, of course, at indoor volleyball level. I mentioned Jana played for the Norwood Bears in Adelaide, which is in the, I guess, the inner eastern suburbs of Adelaide. She's moved her focus to beach volleyball, represented Australia at multiple international competitions, the World University Beach Volleyball Champs, the Asian Under-21 Champs, the Aussie Beach Pro Tour, as we know. She's now based in Queensland these days. And an unforced service error again with the pressure building from Steffi. That lets the door open perhaps for Fleming and Johnson here.
Yet another service error that we've seen after a timeout or a break, you know, not just in the women's games, but also the men's so far. Just seems that little bit of rest is, you know, playing with all of the servers at the moment.
Well done from Jana. That took a deflection. It might have taken the baseline as well. 9-5 now. They're getting closer to that magical number of 15. So look to advance through to the gold medal match. Will Fleming and Johnson be... Well, they have to be content for the bronze medal match again like they were last week. We'll wait and see. Johnson sets it up overhead for Fleming. Good reflexes there from Georgia Johnson. Can she follow up? No, she can't, because the roadblock of Jana is in the way. She's done it again. 10-5. It's coming to the fore. Jana's blocking ability at the best moment and the most crucial moment in the deciding set.
Huge moment for him, and she has answered. Start of that point, just getting enough of a touch off of the shot just to put it back onto their side. Great cover there by Georgia Johnson, and then Jana just getting in the way and shutting the door, and huge block.
Big point psychology-wise as well. Johnson did well to keep that one in. Fleming with the attempted block. It deflected off her hands, and it's now 11-5 in favour of Steffi and Jana. I do wonder what effect psychologically that previous block would have had. She is a psychology student, Jana Milutinovic, and she's working on her test cases at the moment. So Jana with the serve here. 11-5 in the deciding set. Oh, again, the float serve executed well, to perfection, really. And Jazz Fleming couldn't quite read it. She hangs her head in disbelief. Tried to respond with the dig. It just floated in the air in a deceptive fashion. Jana down the middle again. Fleming struggling to read the float of that serve. Jana keeps it in play. Down the line she goes. Attempted one-handed dig from Fleming is forced wide. It's 13-5 now. They're getting closer, Steffi and Jana. This could be an obliteration in this deciding set.
Early on in this third set, it was Steffi who was really putting her foot up, putting her hand up, putting her foot forward as that player who was going to take over this third set. But over these last 6-7 points, Jana has just taken over both on block and serve. You know, had no right to win that point before as well. Georgia and Jazz finally getting a little bit of a reprieve and having a breath with that service error. But at 6-13, it's a tough ask to come back here, especially with how well Steffi and Jana are playing at the moment.
What's the biggest comeback you've seen in the deciding set, just off the top of your head? Might get to that after the match. That was a very good serve there from Jazz Fleming. It skittled over the top of the net. And they peg a couple back just to make it a little bit interesting. 13-7 though, still maybe a bridge too far. So
great serve.
Yeah.
I've seen a 7-14 third set.
Really?
Back. Yeah, so
it's approaching that at the moment.
It was 7-14 and it ended 14-16.
Oh. Steffi sets it up for Jana. The block, the attempted block just didn't quite come off there from Georgia Johnson. Jana was up to the task, and we're now up to match point. 14-7 in the women's first semi-final at Mollymook.
Great swing by Jana there, just backing in her height and her aggressiveness on that hit.
Good serve from Steffi. Jana with the attempted block. Works it over the net well. Steffi to follow up. It's gone long. 14-8.
Both Jana and Steffi there just trying to finish off this game off their own hand on two balls there. Steffi just putting a little bit too much, just leaving that one out there long. 8-14.
So Georgia Johnson with the serve here. Played gallantly throughout the game. Jana sets it up for Steffi, and again, too long. Too much exuberance on that shot. It's wide of the sideline as well. So 14-9 and a timeout here. So they just need to regain a little bit of composure here, Steffi and Jana, but they still have a significant 5-point gap.
I like this call of the timeout as well. You know, Steffi probably wondering a little bit how she ended up hitting that ball out like that and by that much. But a really good timeout. You know, yes, they're leading 14-9. You know, they've got a big break, but losing 2 points in a row and 2 points off of you know, Steffi's hand and off of their hands as a team that they could have just finished it off. Just wanted to relax, go back, know that they just need to win 1 point here on their side out. They've got breathing room to do that as well. And also, you know, it's a little bit of a, you know, an indoor, it's your coach's point, you know, and they call a timeout and then the opposition comes out and serves an error. Or, you know, on beach, probably like your captain's point. I guess you'd call it. But, you know, as we've seen already so far with the men and women's game, coming out of timeouts, we've had a fair few service errors. So it's just making Georgia have to think about her serve a little bit more.
So still match point, the deciding set. Steffi sets it up for Jana, and likewise for Steffi. Can she finish it off? The block was superb from Jazz Fleming. And they're eating into the deficit, 14-10.
Just looking like another set from Jana there, just getting a little bit too tight. Oh no, there's enough space off the net, but it's just a great block there by Jazz Fleming getting in the way.
Well, they've worked back with a few points. Set up for Jana. She's been the star of this deciding set. And she sends up the exclamation point on this semi-final. Doesn't matter what tournament, Steffi and Jana continue their good form. They're through to the gold medal match. They claim a victory in the deciding set in the end pretty convincingly late in that third set. And they set up a date with destiny in the gold medal match, 15-9 in the final set. And they account for Fleming and Johnson, who yet again have to settle for a bronze medal match at Mollybook as they did last week.
Took them 4 points in the end to get that set finished off with Steffi and Jana, but they'd be very happy with, they've got it done with, they're into this gold medal match, and now they've got, you know, a little time to rest and they get to watch their match-up play as well. So nice little game for them to come.
All right, let's head down to Greg Jury, who's with the winning pair.
Steffi, Jana, congratulations, girls. What a great comeback. I tell you, we looked a bit down in that second, but geez, you held strong.
Oh yeah, they brought out their best in that second set, and we just had to keep working through it, using our teamwork and hoping that we could get it done.
Yeah. Jana, your body language then in that third set, you look like a powerhouse. You must have felt great.
Yeah, I think there was a turning point in that third set. Steffi's ace really switched me on and got me really hungry for the game, which definitely helped. Yeah. Felt good. As
I said, this beach, you obviously love it, girls. I mean, you're just going through undefeated. The ambience is there. What do you take into this gold medal game now, girls? Do you just keep the same process, the same momentum?
Oh, definitely. We're keeping the same process. It's another game. Very excited that it's a final. It's our third one in the past 3 weeks, so we're very excited and we're ready to push really hard.
Well, congratulations, girls. You've done a brilliant job and well done once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great stuff there from Greg Jury with the winning pair. Steffi Fahesh and Jana Milutinovic continuing on their great form. They love Mollymook, and it was exuded there in the final set. And really, in this third set, as we see here, Jana Milutinovic stepped up not only with her blocking power, but just scoring at will with a couple of spikes too.
It took her a little bit to get going, and as she said, you know, potentially took till Steffi's ace for her to really wake up and get real hungry. But then from then, she was just on another level, you know, going after 2 balls, finding the baseline, on her serve, getting some great hard aces, or just on her block, was just getting into some really good positions and shutting out.
Well, you can see some of those blocks that were executed here, as Jana obviously was very, very good, not only with the blocking power, but also her capabilities with spiking at the net. Well, we're not too far away from the second of the semi-finals at Mollybook. Great conditions, by the way, out there on the southern coast of New South Wales. The breeze, not all that strong, certainly not as strong as it was last week in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tournament. And as we see, it's nice and calm. Got nice clear water there at Mollymook. Probably located around about 200 kilometres south of Sydney on the lovely southern New South Wales coast. Population of almost 3,000 near the beach specifically. Got some nice resort properties nearby, near the water. Good clear view for the Dolphins as well. As we know, a lot of hiking areas as well. Large giant rock pool near the beach as well, known as the Bogey Hole, protected from the sea too. There's surf life-saving clubs, which you can see in the background there. Golf clubs and snorkeling also. Be a nice place to snorkel, I can guarantee you that, based on the clear water as well. So it'll be intriguing to see if this particular venue, this Vista, hosts many events into the future. Let's take a look at the women's bracket now. So the winner of this upcoming game will determine who plays Steffi Vahesh and Jana Milutinovic in the gold medal match. And the loser will take on Jazz Fleming and Georgia Johnson in the bronze medal match. Fleming and Johnson contend for a bronze medal match yet again at Mollybook, as they were last week in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tournament. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. We've got an American pairing as well, Max, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Elena Jacone and Mariah Whalen. And they're taking on the Japanese pairing who have experience at Mollybook already in the last week or so, Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami. So that's the one semi-final to come on this final day here at Mollymook. Lovely conditions as they set up these players and practice. Be interesting to see how Jacone goes in particular. She's had a lot of success over in the US at Florida State in terms of beach volleyball. She was part of that side and she held up her end of the bargain as well. She was part of that overall team that finished second in the NCAA championship a couple of years ago. They just fell short to the University of Southern California in what is a big event over there in the US. So she does stand up to the pressure very well.
The beach volleyball event in the NCAA is huge. Like, it's massive over in America, and so yeah, she'll be having to lean on that a fair bit, saying that this is her very first FIVB Beach World Tour event as well. And you know, for Maria Whalen as well, this is only her third tournament as well. She's only played a couple, which is in stark contrast to the Japanese of Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami, who have played 24 events together, but have both played over 50 tournaments individually. So we've got two very big differences in between the teams. You know, on one side we've got three tournaments of experience, and another side, you know, we've got 115 tournaments of experience.
And I wonder if that will play out on the sand today as well. Probably worth mentioning with Mariah Whalen too. She had shoulder surgery a couple of years ago, which probably impeded her development to a certain degree when she was a senior for the University of Wisconsin. She's currently pursuing an MBA as well, so maybe some big business plans going forward. That's her there standing right by the baseline. Be interesting to see how she goes. And look, it'll be interesting also in the fact that they comprehensively defeated the Vanuatu pair, Lynn Matuatu and Majabel Luak, in straight sets. They had Aussie juniors after that, Jasmine Rader and Elizabeth Alkin, so they've come up against somewhat inexperienced campaigners in the context of this tournament, and then they defended their spot with a defeat over their fellow Americans, Delaney Perenick and Charlie Ekstrom, in straight sets in the quarterfinal. But this would be their big test against a couple of experienced campaigners in Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami. It is the next level when you come up against a pairing with so much experience.
Yeah, both of these teams are just coming through on straight wins as well, so getting there in the quickest way possible. So this is going to be an interesting game to see, you know, both just the difference in between, you know, how the Japanese game style and defense from Rika Murakami matches up with this American team and how they're going to go about it.
All right, be an interesting match to determine who will take on Steffi Vahesh and Jana Milutinovic in the gold medal match as we get underway. Japanese pairing with the first serve. Set up for Whalen here. Deft little palm down is okay. And that one a little bit too long. Whalen utilising her height just to force a bit of perceived pressure there. The Americans get the first point.
Yeah, so even with the dropping block of Whalen there, just the, as she goes to load down, she drops in the end, but just Rika Murakami just thinking that she's going to go up for the block.
Set up here, and that one ultimately took a little bit of deflection off Whalen. It's gone the Japanese way. Murakami and Hashimoto working well in tandem on that occasion, so they equalise things at one apiece. So looks like Whalen will have that role of really trying to decipher when and where to block. Tries the spike there, and a lot of power and ferocity in that shot. They lead 2-1, so she started well confidence-wise here, Mariah Whalen.
It's going to be a big thing here early in this game, just trying to enforce your game style and, make sure you're getting a few of these points early just to really build that confidence.
Whalen again with the block. Good reading of the play once again. Jacone likewise with the dig. Well, she followed up with the spike, and she did it with great power and precision. So they have the early advantage, the Americans, 3-1. So Hashimoto, the slightly taller of the Japanese pairing. Whalen with the serve here for the Americans. Jacone sets it up for Whalen. Again with that powerful spike. It was well defended there by Murakami. Good little rally, this one. Whalen setting it up for Jacone. Little tap there from Hashimoto. Oh, the persistence pays off. And the Americans get another point on the board. They lead 4-1. Almost reminiscent of the first of the semi-finals in the women, with Fahesh and Milutinovic getting on top, but it did turn around after that.
It's too much in the end. A huge rally early on in this game. You're putting 2-ball after 2-ball over the net, and in the end, just the cheeky little knuckle over the back shoulder. Just enough of confusion just to throw off Rika Murakami's defense.
Can they maintain this momentum here, the Americans? Whalen with the serve. Very wide, loopy float serve as well. Caught the Japanese pairing unawares to a certain degree. Chance for Jacone here. Can she take advantage? Yes, she can. Good little jousting effort. And they lead 5-1 now, the Americans. They're on top in most facets, aren't they? They just have that greater level of aggression, this pairing.
Japan are always going to be that team who are going to be sitting there and will be really good on defense. And, in contrast to America, who are going out and they're going hard and they're being big, aggressive. And at the moment, it's working for them. As you're saying, they're the ones who are really asserting themselves on this game. And they're so far, the sword is defeating the shield.
It's a good analogy. Head down to Greg Jury, the Japanese picking a point back, so it's 5-2. Greg, what have you observed so far in this second semi-final?
Yeah, you're just loving the control of the USA girls. They have got beautiful composure and balance while they transition. And one of the things you do notice is, in particular with Mariah, that the way that she gets down low when she jumps into that block and holding really good form. So, yeah, they're a really nice team to watch.
Love their passion as well, their aggression. Jacone trying to attempt the float serve there. And that one too long. As Whalen, well, she didn't really apply much perceived pressure. She stayed down. It was really just an unforced error at the end. 7-2 now.
It's a couple points now where she's gone for the fake block, and it's the fake load up. She's seeing Rika Murakami just having a little look at where the defense is, and so she's just really trying to make sure that she sees her just load up, and then she's trying to drop back into that position that she thinks Rika might shoot that ball. And this time it was a great chase down by Jacone to get that ball.
So timeout call for the Japanese pairing. They really have to recalibrate here. Murakami was just wrong-footed at that previous point. So 8-2 now in favour of Chacon and Wayland, the American pairing. As I said, they've been pretty much on top, dictating terms, and it's been a great effort. They've been in fantastic form in this tournament. This is their biggest test in terms of opponent quality here, but they're certainly up to the task at the moment. I don't think we foresaw this sort of start.
No, it's hard to foresee this sort of start when you've got such little information on paper as we have with this USA team, but it's something that seems to happen a fair bit, especially early on. First kind of futures event of a year, you always seem to get an American women's team, especially, but American teams are both on men and women's side that will come out and either be right down the bottom of a main draw or a qualifier list, and then all of a sudden they're playing in a gold medal match or in a semi-final, just because they've been playing college this whole time, so they haven't had that exposure onto World Tour because they're not allowed to with the NCAA rules. And then all of a sudden, once they're finished, they just seemingly burst onto the stage and getting all these results.
9-2 in favour of the American pairing here. Murakami sets it up for Hashimoto. Wayland desperately trying to lunge. Does well to force it back for Chacon to work it over the net. And that time it took a deflection off Wayland's hands, so they get one back, the Japanese, 9-3. This may sound like a trite question. You mentioned the fact that this American pairing has to adjust to the World Tournament as opposed to, obviously, the NCAA system, the college system. Do various countries have different styles of beach volleyball, or is that too much of a trite question? Is it just a pretty basic and simple way to go about it anywhere you go?
Countries all have different styles. It's not a incorrect kind of question to ask at all, especially with these American girls playing against Japan at the moment. This team of Suzuka and Rika, a little bit less so of your usual Japanese makeup. Suzuka is a more of your generic kind of bigger player, hits hard cross, will shoot line. Like she went for that cross-court hit there, just finding, not able to find the court there on that wide swing. But Japan are stereotypically incredible on their defensive touches. The hours that they train with it is ridiculous. I've been at tournaments where I know that this team is playing in 3 hours' time, and they're up at 6 a.m. doing a training, and then having breakfast, and then going and warming up for their game. So each kind of country do have small little differences. When it comes to Australia, we'll try and do a 2-ball sort of offense that's been picked up by a lot of other countries, and we saw in the men's game Mark and Isaac doing a whole lot of jump sets. That was really coined by Andrew Schott and Josh Slack, who are both coaches for Australia at the moment. Josh on the women's development side, and Andrew on the men's side of things as well. And that was early 2000s, and then it kind of disappeared for a bit. We started to bring it back, and now it's really been taken on by Swedish young team who are really going after this quick jump set style, which was something that's been around for quite a while but just disappeared for a bit. So it is something that's different for this American team, yes, and a long-winded answer that they have to get used to. It's a different ball as well that they're playing with, and so there's a few differences.
Nice cut shot there from Murakami. 11-6 now. Chacon tried to go with the high-line shot. Couldn't quite execute it, and that one was well placed. Just inside the sideline there from Suzuka. Brings it back to 11-7, so a bit more manageable now for this Japanese pairing after it looked as if they were going to get blown out of the water in this first set.
Just taken a little bit to potentially also just get used to the American team themselves. And potentially not getting getting to see them play too much early on in this tournament, so having to figure out how they're going to play against them in these first few ends.
Good block from Suzuka. Sets it up for Murakami. Chacon did well, just lunging away. And that one was forced wide and out. 11-8. Just a bit too much leverage on the shot. She did all the hard work, Jacone there. See, with that little dig, the spike, however, was a little bit too long.
It's a great dig, having to control that hit from above her head as well.
Whalen attempts the spike, fortuitously deflected off the top of the net. Had it been even a micrometre probably lower, it wouldn't have gone over. So it'll be interesting to see how this first set concludes. Still a long way to go. 12-8 the scoreline at the moment. Whalen with the serve here. Set up for Murakami. Deflected off Whalen's hands. It was down the line anyway. 12-9. And all of a sudden that deficit, which was as much as 6 points earlier on in the first set, is now back to 3. As we see a timeout, we'll check in with Greg Jury. Greg, what's improved from the Japanese pairing point of view just in the last probably 5 to 10 minutes from your end?
Yeah, they started targeting Elena a little bit more, and they're just working that defensive pressure on her a little bit. And you can see the change in momentum. It's actually been great play by the Japanese structurally and also with that strategy, and it's working in their favour. This is going to be a really interesting set.
Yeah, looking forward to see if they potentially come over the top of them here. They've got the momentum on their side now. Suzuka and Rika, 12-9 the scoreline. You mentioned the Japanese style and the immense work ethic. It's almost a reflection of their culture. They often say that, you know, the normal work day in Japan is a lot longer than what we have in Australia, and I think it's just ingrained within them to have that strong work ethic.
Yeah, especially when it comes to sport as well. You know, the other day I was watching a video of the rise of Japanese baseball and just going through and seeing how regimented high school sport is for them over there, and it's something that, you know, they're very you know, obviously proud of, and, you know, they know that they're going to have to work as hard as possible, you know, and it's great to see, you know, especially when you've got players, you know, who are a little bit shorter, like Rika, and you know, another Japanese team who did so well in the World Tour, like, you know, Ishii, quite small players, and then, you know, they're going out and they're beating players who are like, you know, a foot taller than them. Where on paper you would think they'd have no chance, because, you know, you think of volleyball, you probably think of height, but it's something that can even out things a fair bit.
Comes down to strategy, doesn't it? Jacone sets it up for Whalen, and they respond in kind, the Americans. Whalen with a good cross-court shot, 13-10, just maintaining that 3-point buffer for the moment. Conditions starting to warm up at Mollymook as well, and the attendance has increased. Of course, we've got the bronze medal matches and the gold medal matches to come in both the men's and women's after this semi-final. Suzuka with sheer power and strength floods that one cross-court and gets one back for the Japanese, 13-11. Such a powerful player, Suzuka, particularly under the net. Has good spring as well, in particular. Jacone sets it up for Whalen, had an open shot at it. Suzuka did well with the dig, and the follow-up spike was superb. Great response, 13-12. The margin now, just a solitary point.
Great pull off the net there by Suzuka in defense. To pull off and get, you know, that touch of a hard hit down the line, and then to respond by hitting a hard one of her own over the top of that dropping blocker. Huge point for Japan.
Oh, the joust was good there from Suzuka. Whalen did well to respond. Jacone forces it over the net. Murakami did well working towards the right. She has to lunge here. Suzuka with great ferocity and desperation keeps it in. This is a great rally. Whalen now for Jacone. Deft little touch was good. Almost an anti-climax in a way, given the way the rally went. 14-12. And that's a promising win for the Americans there in that sense, because it was such a long rally, but the Japanese were gallant.
Looks like Murakami, you know, Rika Murakami there, just almost loses where she is on court a bit. She was right there and, you know, looked like she had the play on the ball, but almost thinking that she'd already made it to the sideline. Just be a little bit annoyed that she let that one go. You know, they work so hard, both Rika and Suzuka, laying out to keep that ball alive.
So Whalen with the serve here.
Bit of relief for Whalen and Chacon.
Oh, that caught the sideline, didn't it? It hit right on the line. Perfect placement there from Whalen. It looked for a fleeting moment as if it was going to go wide. But great discipline there from Whalen just to get it inside the required perimeter. Suzuka with the chance for the spike. Well done from Chacon. Just lurking around the back and then going straight down the middle. She was like a librarian sneaking up and then coming out of the woodwork to deliver the winner there, 16-12. And the Americans have responded well in the last minute or so.
Yeah, just when we thought the Japanese were starting to come back and putting pressure on, a couple points is all that was needed for the US team to then pull back out. They got a 16-12 lead. Nice 4-point buffer as we're getting nice and close to the end of this first set here.
Whalen down the middle, chance for Suzuka, but Whalen stepping up to the task with a good joust and a good block. And all of a sudden the margin back out to 5.
Whalen with a great low load and then just great penetration over that net, not giving Suzuka anywhere to go.
Chacon in the right spot. She follow up with the spike here, took a deflection. So it's an American point, 18-12. She's utilising her experience here, Chacon. She's been on the big stage at NCAA level. And she just has an uncanny knack for being in the right spot at the right time. And her follow-up on the sand is very good as well after initiating a dig too.
They've really woken up over the last 5-6 points here.
That one's wide. So another point to the Americans. They're edging closer to claiming the first set, 19-12. And again, just that perceived pressure at the net max.
Yeah, all it takes is just Suzuka just trying to avoid the block just a little bit too much. There was no line to go through there.
Suzuka blocked out by Whalen. I tell you what, been very impressed with her blocking capabilities, her willingness to joust, and it's now set point 20-12.
And we were at 14-12 after a nice little run by Japan there. So that's now 6 points in a row that America have strung together.
Can Suzuka respond here? Blocked again by Whalen. And again. Tries to finish it off with the joust again, but Suzuka, just a backhand over the head. Very deft little touch, very elegant. 20-13, that breaks the run there for the Americans. They had 6 straight points to their name.
A nice little knuckle there by Suzuka over the back shoulder, finding that line there.
Murakami down the middle with the serve. Chacon had it set up. It deflected off the net but went out. So a couple back for the Japanese, but they got a long bridge to climb if they want to claim this first set.
Yeah, Chacon thinking that she potentially just caught a little bit of the block there, asking for it, but no luck.
Murakami this time forcing it wide. That was a very good serve. She went straight down the middle previously. That time went to the left. It was almost like Whalen earlier on in the set, trusting her instincts and her ability to find the sideline and be inch perfect.
Nice little run here that Japan are starting to put on, just trying to build a little bit of momentum. It's going to be tough for them to string together, you know, another 5 points to get to even up this set. But if they can just keep building this momentum and just learning little things for this second set, can serve them very well, as we see Whalen just finish off that set there with a great hard swing off the top of Suzuka's block.
Took a deflection, and the Americans claimed the first set, 21-15. They started off with a blaze of glory. The Japanese pegged them back, but this pairing of Elena Chacon and Mariah Whalen claimed the first set, 21-15. And they look for a spot in the gold medal match. Let's take a look at some of the first set highlights. Wayland, to me, was very impressive, not only with her swing and her spikes, but also her blocking capabilities at the net were very, very good.
She's doing a great job just loading up and getting in some really good spots. You can see there was just a great swing by Rika over the top. But she was playing around a lot with it as well, not just like, loading up and taking our position, but, dropping off the block and really having to make Japan think about what they were going to do and, potentially make them watch a little bit longer than they'd want to and just take their eyes off the ball. Great mental game at the net there by Wayland.
Yeah, even the perceived pressure that created a couple of errors was very, very evident. And even Chacon, I mean, she probably doesn't stand out to a great degree because she's not at the net, but her ability to read the situation at times, anticipating where the ball's going to go, usually off Suzuka, and just to get that one-handed dig or that two-handed dig with the lunge and then follow up with a situation like this where she gets that deft touch over the net.
Yeah, she's been all over the court, just getting touches on everything, and it's going to be awesome to watch her continue on throughout this second set here.
So the American pairing of Chacon and Wayland take the first set, 21-15, and we're underway in the second set. That was a very good serve. Well done there from Murakami, just to get that angle on the serve. And again, hit the sideline virtually.
Can't ask for a better start to a set than that with an ace.
Oh, she follows up again with pretty much this replication. Goes down the middle. There's Murakami. Wayland with a desperate lunge. Chacon just digging it over the net in the nick of time. Murakami down the middle. She's been prominent early in this second set. That one off the hands of Wayland there. Great work. She's so elegant as well, not only with her serving, but also movement across the sand.
Great job, both with the pressure on that set, just to already, off of one contact, just get the USA just out of rhythm and then just keep that pressure on and then eventually able to find that sand on that line shot kill.
Chacon responds well with a lot of power there at the net. 2-1. We'll head down to Greg Jury. Greg, what did you make of the first set, and can the Japanese respond here?
Yeah, first set purely was Mariah Wayland's blocking pressure was the difference in that first set, without a doubt. In this second set, you're just starting to see the different strategies from the Japanese to the US. And the Japanese are really targeting that oceanside line, while you find the US team are really targeting Suzuka and working her. So it's a game of two tails. It'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, good insight there from Greg Jury out there on the sand. Saw that a couple of times from a couple of serves early on in the set as Chacon responds well, just a deft little touch down the line. And we did notice Murakami focused on that ocean side with a couple of serves as well. So perhaps they are picking something. Well, Wayland's been prominent. Just loops it over with the float serve down the middle. Well, the block was there, but it deflected out of play. As a result, it's 4-2 in favour of Suzuka and Rika here in the second set.
Probably just trying to use that little bit of light breeze that we can see. The flags are waving a lot more than they were earlier this morning. So just trying to use that wind to their advantage just that little bit. And try and pull that ball down into court.
Set was good from Chacon, setting up Wayland. It'll be vice versa here. Chacon down the middle, just inside the baseline, and pegs one back for the Americans, 4-3. So
great effort there by the Japanese just to keep that ball alive. You could see that Rika Murakami lost her footing as she's going to get that set, falling over, and then Suzuka just lays out, keeps that ball alive. But it was too easy in the end for Chacon just to put that ball down into the cross court.
We have a change of ends. Chacon comes from a very good beach volleyball family. His two sisters have played beach volleyball at Long Beach State. Good response there from Suzuka. Probably hasn't been as prominent as her teammate so far in this second set. But that was very good composure there at the net. 5-3 now in their favour. Little cut shot. Suzuka almost with the laconic serve in the end. Chacon at the net. Well, she may be diminutive in stature, but she may.
Slowly just pinching a point back here and there, just staying with the Japanese, not letting them get too far ahead.
Whalen again with the attempted block, but that Chacon's two sisters, Morgan and Savannah, they played beach volleyball and indoor volleyball at Long Beach State. Whalen a bit too exuberant in the approach there. That one's gone long beyond the baseline. 7-4 now. They re-establish that buffer. See on replay, just a little bit too long. Chacon again, too long beyond the sideline. That perceived pressure from Suzuka coming to the fore there. So it's 8-4. Suzuka and Rika just having a look at their lead up. They defeated the English pair, Daisy Mumby and Anaya Evans, 2-1 in their first match. Then they accounted for American pair Delaney Perenick and Charlie Ekstrom in their second match. That was a tight finish, 2-1. There's another one has gone long off the hand, the right hand of Chacon. 9-4 now. Just drawing them into a couple of shots that have gone a little bit too long.
Looking like just collected the hand of the block there.
They've just made the adjustment now, so there we go.
Lucky for the Americans, because the errors are just starting to creep in, and we're giving the Japanese that bigger break. Is a great response there, and great little shot down the line there around the block by Rika Murakami.
Found the vacant territory to her left as they will look to change ends. 9-5 now. Yeah, Rika Murakami, 27-year-old. Hashimoto, 30 years of age. Still very fit and versatile across the sand. I'll tell you what, she's been really impressive in this second set, Rika Murakami. She moves so elegantly across the sand. Her serving power has been very good. Her placement, more than anything else, has been superb. Whalen with the dig up for Chacon. Now vice versa at the other end, where Suzuka takes advantage, finds the corner. And they extend the advantage, this Japanese pairing, 10-5. She's now starting to feed off the confidence of her teammate. I get the feeling, Suzuka Hashimoto here, Max.
Yeah, it's something that you can always do as, when your partner is really firing and going, you just kind of hit your trailer to them, and you get towed along till eventually you pick up, and then you're driving alongside them as well, like Hashimoto is at the moment. Great pull on that block, defense overhead, and then just hammering it back down into the middle.
So we have a timeout, 11-5. The Americans need to take stock here. We'll head down to Greg Jury. Greg, I'm interested if you've observed from the sand that confidence that was exuded by Murakami early on in the set has really fed to Suzuka Hashimoto, because she's really lifted in the last few points.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you can see Rika with her jump serving pressure early, then changing it up to some line jump serving and really focusing on a laner and working and pulling off that net by Suzuka's, creating some real doubts in their minds. And geez, they've turned this game around brilliantly with great strategy.
And we did mention too, that seems to be the mantra in terms of Japanese volleyball, Max. It's all about strategy, because typically, I know that's a bit of a assumption, but typically speaking, the height doesn't match sometimes their compatriot from other countries. So it's all about strategy. We're seeing that here in this second set.
Correct. This team, we do have Suzuka Hashimoto. She is 6 foot tall, so she is taller than, generally the Japanese women teams have been, but still, she might be taller, but, just as skillful, as all Japanese players are. And so, it's a tough thing that, as a team, as the Americans are having to do is to figure out how they can, now get around, the defense. Suzuka's getting some great touches on block like she does there.
Chacon digs it up. Whalen tries a deft palm down, but a little bit too wide of the mark, wide of the sideline, so 12-5. Well, it's almost a role reversal from what we saw in the first set, scoreline-wise. This Japanese pairing on top. Can they take the momentum towards the back end of this second set? That serve a little bit too long from Suzuka.
You can see what that constant pressure, was doing to, Whalen on that point before. Just trying to find just that very small part of the court with a knuckle over her back shoulder, puts it wide. Just because Suzuka is just getting touches on block and Rika is all over there in defense.
Chacon was very good there. That one-handed dig down the line. And Suzuka couldn't quite reach it. 12-7 now. It's American pairing, another example of transitioning from indoor volleyball to beach volleyball. That one hit the corner, and it's gone the way of the Japanese because it's just beyond the baseline. 13-7 now.
It's like Chacon's calling for a challenge, and we can see people in the backcourt thinking it's in. The top ref has come down to have a look at it.
Well, to the naked eye, it was very tight. Obviously difficult from this vantage point. We'll have a look at the replay here. Oh, it is tight. It may have clipped the corner, but it will depend on the markings here. The ball was in.
Yep.
So it must have just clipped the corner of the baseline there.
It looked like there was the slightest of movement on that sideline. From that tagging, it would have been right on that corner.
Gee, Suzuka almost ran into the net there and almost lost her balance. Chacon to try and capitalise. Good dig there for Rika. Whalen over the top. Suzuka sets it up. Can Rika oblige? Well, it comes over the net again. Rika to set it up. Now Chacon with the set for Whalen. She's strong in this area. Nice spike. Claims a point for the Americans, and all of a sudden back to 12-9. So the deficit has decreased a little bit here. They're back in the contest in this second set.
This hit here from Whalen just backs in to hard cross-court attacking, just outside of the body of Rika as well, not into her bread basket, not right down the middle of her, just making her have to try and defend that one just outside of her body, which she wasn't able to do.
So 12-9 in favour of the Japanese pairing in the second set, Suzuka and Rika. Probably worth mentioning that both Suzuka and Rika defeated the Vanuatu pair, Lynn Matuatu and Majabel Luak, in straight sets in the quarterfinals, but they were both very, very, I guess, draining sets, if you want to use that expression, because that first set went 28-26, followed by a 21-12 scoreline in the second set. So they do have the capacity to obviously have the endurance out there on the sand. If they are to win this, it'll be a repeat of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour gold medal match last week here at Mollybook, where they took on Steph Fahesh and obviously Milutinovic as well. Whalen, an errant serve. Could be crucial. We've seen that. How often have we seen that today, where both pairings come out of a timeout and there's an errant serve straight afterwards? It's almost as if the body is so used to the intensity that it's hard to execute a serve off the back of a timeout.
I think it's better to ask how many times haven't we seen it. I reckon it's about 3 times.
Whalen a bit too long again. Probably one aspect of her game that she could improve on just to the naked eye. A bit like Jana Milutinovic in the first of the semi-finals, just ensuring that she keeps the ball down and maybe takes a bit of pace off the ball.
Hey, you love the aggression there, and it's just that little bit of difference in between finishing that attack, and that's a great serve there by Rika Murakami, just shooting across the front of Whalen there.
Her placement in terms of her service game has been superb today, hasn't it? Particularly in the second set.
Yeah, and going for that cross court, going for that sideline as well.
Here comes Whalen with the spike, deflected off the net, a bit of good fortune. The Americans pegged one back, 15-10.
That hit doesn't bounce off that tape there. You know, I'm thinking that Suzuka's getting that dig as well, so potentially a bit of a lucky point there for the US.
Chance now for Suzuka with the spike. Good joust. Whalen loops it over the top. Here's a set here for Murakami, and up to the task is Whalen with the block. She loves the competition of a joust, and she does well to win the point there.
USA just doing enough just to keep in tow with the Japanese, not trying to let it drop too far out of reach.
Nice dig from Chacon. Will she follow up with a spike here? She does. Oh, Murakami with the one-handed dig, and the follow-up with the spike was superb. Straight down the middle, ripped through the right balance of aggression and placement, and it's now out to 16-11.
It's starting to look like just the defense of Rika Murakami just looking like it might be getting to the Americans a little. You know, the fact that she just seems to be touching everything, or that one just throwing an arm out there just so casually and getting a nice touch to it.
Whalen sets it up here for Chacon, almost laconic, just caught the net on the way through. Good dig from Murakami, sets it up for Suzuka. Whalen in response, almost a falcon. Suzuka with the spike. It's a good rally, this one. We've seen a number of good rallies in this match. Chacon tried to go for the cut shot, but caught the net in the process. And a point to the Japanese, 17-11. Let's go down to Greg Jury. Greg, I've really been impressed with the elegance out there on the sand from Rika Murakami. As we see situation here with Chacon talking to the referee, what can you tell us?
Yeah, just querying when Suzuka pulls off the net and has an open hand, and was that ball hard driven enough to be called a clean contact, and that's all she's querying. But you know, the ref was being consistent throughout the game on those ones. But you are dead right when it comes to Rika. She has been on fire with her serve and her defensive pressure. She's been the difference in this second set.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Been great to watch as well. Just the elegance that she exudes. Suzuka sort of fed off the confidence of a younger teammate. Whalen with the setup here, and again the block from Suzuka. Brilliant stuff. 18-11, they're getting closer to claiming the second set. Haven't seen too many blocks from Suzuka in this match, but that was well executed there, Max.
No, we haven't, but as you said, just closing out that line perfectly, penetrating enough just to give nowhere to go for Chacon.
Whalen floated across with a deft touch. Murakami was on the money though. Chacon with a good one-handed dig, follows up with a spike, and that deflected there off Murakami. Had that been left, it may have gone long, but that's the beauty of hindsight. 18-12 now, the scoreline in the second set.
Chacon showing that she can also just, you know, throw an arm out there and also get a beautiful touch and defense there.
Oh, gee, seen that a couple of times. Whalen into the net, 19-12 now. Just in terms of the way serves are coached, Max, I mean, do you think there could be greater improvement in that area across the board, or is it just one of those things that's always going to happen? Or on the odd occasion, I guess, in a match.
It kind of is based around what sort of error I reckon that you want to be, you know, going for. You know, how aggressive are you going to go on your serve? If you don't have a very strong service weapon, then you're probably not going to be trying to go for, you know, these, you know, aces each time. You're going to be trying to put the other team into, you know, positions that you think you've got the advantage in. But if you've got a service weapon, you've got to toe that line of where are you accepting errors to be. And I think the line is you don't want to be making those errors into the net. You want to be making them within that kind of foot to half a foot around the court. You want to make sure that the other team has to make a decision about if they need to play the ball or not. You don't want to just give them an easy point that they don't have to think about.
The Americans win that point on review. Chacon with the serve. Murakami again, that placement favouring the Ocean side. And that was beautifully placed. The timing was superb as well. And it's now set point in the second. Suzuka on serve here. She's lifted in confidence in this second set as well. Chacon sets it up for Whalen here. Be an interesting joust. Well done from Whalen. Just enough height there to get it over the top of Suzuka. And Murakami just couldn't quite return it as well as she would have liked. 20-14.
Yeah, just the unconventional knuckle rainbow over the top of Rika Murakami there. Just you know, thinking that the little baby cut shot's coming, but instead just the high knuckle into the back court.
Again, the block from Whalen good. Was there contact with the net there? There was, and that will conclude the second set. The Japanese pairing strike back. Suzuka and Rika claim it 21-14, as we see on replay here. Whalen, just a deft little touch of the net. I think she knew it as well. The block was well executed, but just couldn't quite avoid contact with the net. So, we're into a deciding set again. The second of the women's semi-finals here at Mollybook. And really, it was a complete changeover in momentum. It's hard to pick who's going to be the favourite once again, a bit like the first of the semi-finals coming into the deciding set here, Max.
1 point away from picture perfect on the reverse as well. You know, Japan going down 15-21 and then taking that one 21-14. So, as you said, it's going to be hard to pick who's going to come out here because, as we've seen, it just looks like, you know, Japan are on a roll here. But, you know, in that first game, you know, that went to 3 as well. We saw George Johnson and Jazz Fleming seem like they had all the momentum going into that third set, and then they went down in the end. So it's going to be a tough one to see who's going to come out with the goods and who's going to deal with that pressure the best out of these two teams.
Well, it's going to be an intriguing final set. Saw Whalen probably hasn't been as influential in the second set as she was in the first, but that really comes down to momentum. A couple of errors on serve. That one wasn't an error. That was pretty much millimetre perfect, the shortest metric you can get on review. So it'll be an interesting final set. As you said, sometimes the form that comes in from the second set isn't necessarily indicative of what's going to happen in the deciding set. As we saw in the first of the semi-finals, the Japanese pairing claimed the first point. Rika Murakami's been so strong and elegant on serve today. At that time, Chacon, just enough height and enough elevation with the right hand, open palm over the head of Suzuka, and equalises it at 1 apiece. Suzuka sets it up for Murakami, and again the deft placement. She has this uncanny ability to know where the vacant meterage is on the sand, and she's done it again there. They take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, I think seeing the early move there by Chacon going over to the line, you know, Chacon's going to need to hold just for a little bit longer, make sure Rika sees her in her spot first before she goes and moves.
Well done there from Whalen to respond. Get the sense she embraces the situation where the bigger the occasion, the better the result for her individually. Whalen on serve here. Down the middle she goes. Murakami down the middle with conviction. Great technique once again, and reclaims the lead for this Japanese pairing.
Rika Murakami just seeing that open net there that time. You know, the difference in between this third set and that first set, every time that Whalen was faking and doing that drop, you know, Murakami was just throwing like a little, you know, roll shot, and this time Rika just hammers it.
Speaking of hammering, that one may have caught a bit of a deflection there. It's gone the way of the Americans. Chacon, again, good placement, working to her right. It's 3 apiece in this deciding set. Could have potentially gone long had that not been a deflection on that occasion. Hard to tell, I suppose. Murakami with the spike, and there's enough loop on that shot to make sure it was just inside the baseline.
beautiful off-speed line shot there by Rika Murakami. You could see just the amount of spin that was on that ball, just pulling that ball back down into court.
Going, setting it up for Whalen. She loves a spike, but I tell you what, Suzuka loves a block, and she executes it perfectly there. She's lifted in that department of her game, and that was an important one in the deciding set, 5-3.
Suzuka just getting enough of her hands just above the height of the net just to get in the way of that second ball attack there by Whalen, and you can see just bouncing back over and getting the point, giving them the 5-3 lead.
Just avoided touching the net as well on the way through. Oh, how about that? The dig from Murakami was superb, and the finish from Suzuka even better. You can tell by the body language there, growing in confidence. It's now 6-3.
That's a tough hit. Great defense there, and then just to get up and just snap that ball down on that cross-court angle.
Almost a miscommunication there between Jacone and Whalen, and it may have cost them the point, 7-3. Well, we've seen it a couple of times today. As a timeout is called, we'll head down to Greg Jury. And Greg, this Japanese pairing, you can tell by the body language and their celebration, they're increasing in confidence and enjoying themselves on the sand as well. You think they'll take it out the way things are going?
Look, they are absolutely up and about at the moment. Suzuka, her pressure on the net and a couple of great wrist snaps in that defensive structure, but let's not overlook Rika. She has controlled this game in that second and now at the start of this third. She's been the difference and an outstanding athlete. Like, I think they've got this, the Japanese girls, but you just never know.
That's true, and there's a lot at stake. There might be one last charge for this American pairing, Jacone and Whalen, but you're quite right. As Greg was mentioning, it's not only the elegance in terms of her service game and her attack, it's also the ability to defend that Rika Murakami has really exuded out there on the court, particularly in this decisive set. There was a brilliant dig in that previous point when she was off balance as well. Will there be an error on serve here? We've seen it on a number of occasions coming out of a timeout. That time Suzuka clears the net. Whalen a bit too much juice on that one. And another point to the Japanese, 8-3. Reminder, the deciding set, of course, it's the first to 15 with a 2-point gap. Seen that a couple of times from Whalen, just not controlling the height at times. The aggression is certainly there. Good set for Jacone, caught the net. Again, Murakami with the defense. Got an opportunity here, digs it up. Suzuka with the finish. Jacone with a desperate lunge. Made it difficult for Whalen to maintain her balance, and it's now 9-3. This is an exhibition in the deciding set for the Japanese.
Suzuka's really stepped up, and on that point as well, just with her pulling that first attack and then just with the open hand defense, just the ability to control that and then just keep it going to eventually winning that point.
A little wrist snap there from Jacone. And that one maybe just falling outside the baseline there. 9-4. It is going the way of the Americans, that call. Let's have a look at it on replay. Murakami with that dig. It was very tight. The judge at the perfect spot. Suzuka again setting it up for Murakami. Her placement and deft little touch. A subtle little change of direction. All working well. They're getting closer to victory here, this Japanese pairing.
Just getting great vision of Jacone defense, and just even just that slight little lean. You know, Rika's able to go the other way and just wrong foot her.
Jacone, well defended there by Murakami. That time Whalen with the cross-court cut shot. Executed it well. So is there one last charge left for the Americans? They've got their backs to the wall here. See on replay, Jacone with a lot of aggression, and Whalen. That time, seen her quite aggressive so far in this match, but that was a good little cut shot. We haven't seen that as much in her game. 10-5 the scoreline.
and with the left hand as well. So going with the offhand to just find the sand there.
Suzuka with the spike. Good block there from Whalen. That time, however, it protruded through the hands. 11-5 now in favour of Suzuka and Rika. Oh, that was just persistence paying off there, Max. Whalen tried desperately to block. It was a good first executed block, but Suzuka wasn't to be denied.
It was a great first swing, high off the block, and then Rika with a great set off of the cover just to put Suzuka in a great spot, and then another great pull and defense from both blockers here.
That was better from Whalen, just getting enough elevation above the blocker down the line. 11-6 the scoreline now.
Both Suzuka and Whalen with amazing drops off of the net and single-hand defensive touches, and then going the way of the Americans, trailing 6 points to 11.
Oh, well, that was as deft as ever from Suzuka. They're claiming a touch of the net potentially here, Max. We'll wait and see. Chacon just appealing to the referee.
The Americans are just trying to call for an open hand contact on that, thinking that Suzuka's gone and tipped that ball rather than knuckle. You're not allowed to do an open hand, soft like tip like you are in indoor.
Of course, this American pairing with a fair amount of indoor volleyball experience. And I think that was the open hand contact there. Point to the US. 12-7 now as Chacon prepares to serve. Can they come from the deaf here? This American pairing, both with supreme amount of college experience. Chacon from Florida State, Whalen from Wisconsin. Oh, again, Murakami, as she's done so often today, changing the angle. Cross court with the shot. 13-7, they're 2 points away from a gold medal match berth.
It's going to be tough for the Americans to come back from here. Just Suzuka and Rika are just have really stepped up, and they've found another gear or two now.
So Suzuka, she really has stepped up again. She struggled early, you get the sense, to impose herself on the contest, but as the game has worn on, she really has worked it well. That one's just outside the sideline.
So that's that service area that you'd like. That one, you've got Whalen laying out, having to follow that and really think about that. And just the difference is like, a little bit of that wind disappearing for a second, all of a sudden that ball's dropping in.
Suzuka with a chance to spike here. Good defense with the dig from Chacon. She follows up with the attack, that quarter deflection. So a couple of points in a row for this American pairing, 13-9. It's not necessarily insurmountable.
No, they're not going to go away, and you've got the Japanese just taking a timeout now, just wanting to make the Americans think a little bit more about what they're going to go and have to do. And for the Japanese, they're only 2 points away, so all they need to do here is side out this one, and then they have the opportunity to go and win it on their serve.
Does it help you mentally in this situation to call a timeout when the momentum's against you, just to probably stifle the momentum of the opposition more than anything else?
Yeah, it's a tough one early on in your career. Sometimes it's like as a younger player, especially when you've got still 4 points in hand, you'll be thinking, I've got this. Like, why are we taking a timeout? We've got time. But as you go on and as you mature, you realise that that is actually a really good time to take a timeout. You want to make sure you're preserving the lead that you have and not giving extra points just because you've got a run of momentum going against you. Use anything you can just to break that. If it's taking a timeout, cleaning off your sunglasses, readjusting, your hat or your hair.
Whalen with a bit of a float serve there. But Suzuka responds with a nice cut shot, and it's match point, 14-9. They've recalibrated and responded well. It'll be fitting if the match was to be won off the serve of Murakami. That's been a decisive factor. This time straight down the middle. Chacon straight into the net, and it'll be deja vu at Mollymook. For the second time in as many weeks, it'll be a gold medal match between Stephanie Fahesh and Jana Miladinovic up against Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami. This time, it's on the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour off the back of the Australian Beach Volleyball Championships last week. So we're set for a repeat, a replication of what happened last week. I wonder if we're set for a repeat result-wise at the gold medal match, Max.
The Australian in me hopes that we are. It was a great result for Steffi and Jana last weekend over Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami, but it's a new weekend, so we never know. And, you know, while we just hope for it's going to be a good game, and, you know, with how Suzuka and Rika were playing just then, it's going to be a tough one.
All right, let's head down to Greg Juries with the winning pair.
Suzuka, Rika, congratulations, girls. What a fantastic result. Back-to-back gold medal games.
Yeah, so exciting. So I'm looking forward to play final.
Well, you did very, very well. It was beautiful to watch. Your partner, fantastic out there with her jump serves.
Yeah, she played great job. So it's perfect. So next game is exciting.
Awesome work, girls. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. ありがとうございます。
Fantastic to see the joy on the faces there of the Japanese pairing, Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami, as we take a look at the highlights of that deciding set. Really from the word go in the third set, the Japanese were on song. Rika Murakami continued her good form in regards to her serve work, and also just in terms of the responses as well to some of the attacks from the Americans was fantastic. Might wrap things up here, Max, in terms of what we saw today. It was a great morning of beach volleyball action. Of course, the bronze and gold medal matches to come later on today. It'll be an all-Aussie final in the men's, and in the women's, a repeat of what happened last week at Mollybook in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tournament. And it, of course, sees Suzuka Hashimoto and Rika Murakami up against the Australian pairing of Stephanie Fahesh and Jana Miladinovic. Glad to have your company this morning. We've got the bronze and gold medal matches to come. Sam Hargraves to join Max at the desk.